As you open up to the universe opens you. Aloha, shifters, dreamers, multidimensional friends from across this beautiful holographic matrix. My name is Brendan, aka Skull Babylon, aka Skull Baby. Sometimes people call me that when they don't read my entire name or whatever, but that's cool too. And of course, Wolf Shield, Skull the Wolf, many names, Mystic Spider-Man. Keep that one in mind. And you're tuned in for another very exciting paradigm shift, full moon team building hangout tonight on May 11th, 2017. And as per usual, we are joined with some in the company of some amazing shifters from across the world. So fellow shifters from across the world, please feel free to unmute yourself and say hello to the people on the internet on this beautiful full moon. So let's make some noise, guys. Send some loves. Howl at the moon a little bit. Why don't you?
Good relations with the movies I have.
There's cheery in there. Awesome, guys. All right, guys, thank you so much again for tuning in, and thank you for all the shifters who are with us here, either in the present moment or in the future. As we said, this is a Paradigm Shift Team Building Hangout, which is a part of the bigger real-world interactive game to help shift consciousness of ParadigmShiftCentral.com. So within this broadcast, we're just going to do some basic brief overview of to what the project is about, and also inviting people to synchronize up with it. And of course, from there, we're going to be getting into some basic general updates from different shifters to learn a little bit more about what we have been working on and what's new and exciting in terms of creating conscious media, doing what we need to help continue our journey, new things on our journey, synchronicity logs, and also just being able to communicate an intention for this full moon as well. So being the full moon, being the portal is open, we got some awesome opportunity to be able to synchronize here as community. So for those of you who are watching live on YouTube, please feel free to share this with your friends, and of course even jump onto the main website and jump in the live chat there. And yeah, in terms of some basic updates, and I'll just mention a couple things, and then we're going to pass it over to Beth before she has to head out. But yeah, there's been a lot of focus recently on the main website. So I totally invite you guys, if you haven't yet, to head over directly to ParadigmShiftCentral.com. Make sure that it can run on your computer and check how it is running on your mobile. It is still under more refinement relative to graphics, but you will see new on-screen heads-up buttons, and those will link you into the voice chat, the ping map, the shift vote, and the game controller, some of which were mentioned in the previous broadcast. But again, what we're going to be getting within this broadcast focused towards is a little bit more with the Paradigm Shift teams and how that's progressed since last week, and also just getting into the creation of conscious media. So this project as a whole, you can really, again, thinking of it as a game. What does it mean as a game? Right now, you are entering into the game. By listening to this broadcast, you are a part of the game. And so the ways how you play the game is, this game is about building a global team of shifters. And shifters are people who are creating conscious media and building conscious community. Also can be thought of as light guardians and Jedis, hacking the matrix with love. These are all sort of terms to help us understand what it is we're doing. So through the magic of quest journals and conscious articles and creating videos and working together as a team, you can think of the Paradigm Shift Central project of literally a game in which you are part of a media production group, a media production house, a digital media production house. So in the coming future, you're going to be seeing some awesome content coming out from Paradigm Shift Central as we synchronize and get things organized with our teams. And tonight we're going to be launching the quest articles team, or sorry, the conscious articles team, and also the encyclopedia team. And yeah, again, making digital art is such a powerful thing, and it helps us, again, not only tell our story, but help ripple those waves and get more people thinking, more people inspired, and connecting people to those other narratives of our interconnectedness and seeing through the illusions. And again, opening people up to a bigger understanding of this reality and our potential within it. So yes, this project is totally about awakening to our multidimensional metaphysical existence and how we are becoming better dreamers within the dream. So it can get very, very metaphysical, but at the same time, it is very, very root and grounded. So this is a very exciting project. And again, you can create your shifter profile on the main website, and there's going to be ongoing updates, so I'll explain them as we go. In terms of some basic updates that I'll talk a little bit about later, I want to share with you guys about how the open mic at Paradigm Shift London went recently on Friday, which is good. I'll tell you more about it later. And also about the activation of my role as Mystic Spider-Man, of a real-world superhero in which I am downtown dressed as my own version of Spider-Man, giving out free hugs, and the fact that I've got a video of that on the way. So that's a little bit of the updates that I'll be sharing with you guys. But in the meantime, we're going to begin passing the talking stick around. And so again, for those of you who are tuned in, thank you for tuning in. If you happen to be new or otherwise, please feel free to join either the chat on YouTube if you happen to be watching on YouTube, or jump over to the main website and join the website at any time and jump in the chat there. The basic idea with the website is now you can think of it as a digital hangout space 24/7. So I invite you guys to bookmark the main website, paradigmshiftcentral.com, and just make a habit of pulling it up on your phone or checking it on your desktop and hanging out there, and we'll be able to synchronize in so many awesome ways. So in the meantime, we're going to pass the talking stick around. Thank you guys for listening. Thank you guys for being a part of this. And Beth, if you would like to go first, please feel free to unmute your microphone and jump right in. So aloha, Beth.
Aloha! I'm Beth F. I don't know what the topic is.
Well, I was just going to preface you. You can, again, just introduce, well, it's 11:11 right now, so that's pretty exciting.
Woo!
Ooh, bonus points.
I did it again!
You did it again. So, again, Beth, you can, this is a very kind of general update. It's just kind of like an opportunity to share with the people a little bit about what this last week has been for you. Have you been working on anything new? And just also in terms of things that you're continuing to work on related to conscious media, or just the perception of the shift from your point of view, and any intentions that you want to share for the full moon. So as much or as little as you want. Does that work for you, Beth?
Okay, yes.
Okay,
Scorpio moon has been cray. I've been downloading like a mofo. So Michelle's share was really, really helpful. If you haven't checked that out already, her video and her article on the Shift website were super helpful for me. Also, just like tapping into the community has been really, really helpful for me. So I'm grateful for that, and I hope that others continue to do the same and jump into these hangouts and check us out on Facebook and whatnot. I have a really awesome Shiftivism report. I shared on Facebook Live video a poem that I wrote, and I also shared that I had a conversation about politics and religion with a complete stranger in a Starbucks in Southern California. And if you know anything, you know that that's pretty frigging phenomenal. And the beautiful thing about it was someone from the Shift Network had sent me, it was Jesse, he sent me a video, a rap, and I was sitting in Starbucks listening to it, and I was drawing, and I was just like totally tapped into the vibe, you know, the vibe that is us. And this gentleman, once I took my headphones off, he was sitting across from me, and he was like, that was so cool how you did that. Like, I just draw stick figures. And then our whole conversation bursted from there. And we talked for like 2 hours, and I totally gave him the website and everything. And I hope that he's watching right now. If he is, hi, Larry, how are you? And so, yeah, I totally need buttons because I don't have money to like invest in the Patreon right now, but I really need buttons to hand out. So everybody vote for my stuff on the page so I can get some buttons. And also, the other Shiftivism, like synchronicity report that I just want to share is that I've really been trying to draw forth into my reality things that allow me to step into my fullness of my identity. And some of you who follow me might have noticed that I've been vocalizing a lot through my Love Kicks the Ass of Time and Space website, through my Facebook Live videos. I've been singing a lot, which is a big deal for me because I have some serious fifth chakra issues. But I'm trying to pull in opportunities to really step into my fullness and share my gifts. And craziness, I shared on Instagram my Patreon, something that I posted on my Patreon. This guy, Jake Ducey, who is a inspirational speaker, liked it on Instagram. So I go to his website from his Instagram profile. He's in Southern California, not far from where I am. And when I get to his website, he's hosting his first online seminar 5 minutes from when I logged on. So I go in and I listen to this seminar, and it's all about the second brain, and it's all about just like tapping into our animalistic consciousness and that pure sense of intuition. And it was mind blowing. And now I'm like in communications with, and it was about how I can get involved in what he's doing. So yeah, just I've really been in the flow of things, and it's really, really beautiful, and I feel super grateful. And I just posted a new poem on my Love Kicks the Ass of Time and Space.weebly.com page. And it's pretty out of the norm for me because I've been really trying to channel just like a lot of light energy, but there's also a lot of shadow self that I'm still working with. And so this poem kind of came from that shadow place. And I want like my followers to know that there's a part of me that really identifies with that as well. And I want them to see that too. So check it out. Please leave a comment, and that is it.
Sweet. Beth, the poem that you were just referencing there, is that on just your Love Kicks the Ass of Time and Space blog, or is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's the abbreviation for Love Kicks the Ass of Time and Space.weebly.com, and there's multiple tabs on that website, and you can click on the poetry blog tab, and that poem will be the first one.
Okay, feel free to throw that up as a quest journal as well if you want to do that, and then link people to the Weebly as well, and then that will log that in as well there. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing those updates, and I'm excited that you could potentially be connecting with Jake Ducey as well. I think that's really cool because I think a lot of us are actually familiar with him and his name and everything like that. He's been pumping out conscious media for quite a few years, so that's really cool. That's really cool. And yes, oh, go ahead.
That I didn't know him before.
Oh, that's your first time hearing about him then too. Awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I think that'll definitely be something and stuff. Because again, like what you were saying, when I saw your videos of like you like practicing singing, and like the audio that you sent to me as well, and so like I'm presuming, was that like just like on the fly, like stuff that you just sent to me, like in some of those recordings?
I have been like I was sharing with my friends. Like I record things on my voice notes on my iPhone, and I don't know how to like share that in mass. I don't know how to upload it directly to my Facebook page or anything like that.
You can still share
what I've been doing, pick everybody I love and I just shoot them out. So if you're getting one,
awesome. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's wicked. That's wicked. Yeah, because again, like in the last week, related to what I was doing, of like, I've really been feeling, guys, this last week, and I just want to be able to share with you because I feel like a lot of us are echoing into this. There's been some like serious activations. And you know, oftentimes we'll like talk about this and be like, guys, I'm just so activated right now. But like honestly, like not just stuff in like the sense of like, it'd be like, oh yeah, like I'm like making this up or something like that, but like in noticeable reflections of like things that we've been creating and stuff like that. Like it's showing through our creations where it's like, holy shit, like this is some like badass stuff right here. So I know for me, like I'm definitely kind of like, yeah, connecting into some like very important energies that I carry with me that I feel I'll be able to talk about better at a later time. But yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, related to the website, related to like the Mystic Spider-Man, and related to other things. For me, it's just been like a really kind of like I just feel like, whoa, like this is like me kind of like stepping into like a new level of my character. Which I'm feeling, and again, I'm inviting you guys to kind of like feel that and notice that and everything, because I think yeah, it comes through in waves and stuff.
Yeah, on that topic, Brendan,
Beth,
what you said about what you said about synchronicities, Brendan, in regards to like our work and how we're like cohesively collaborating on an unconscious level. In Michelle's video, when she started talking about the train and the train went by, I was like frigging mind blown because my poem actually had something about a train in it. So there's just like all of these things where it's just like everything is melding. It's kind of hard to process, but also really beautiful at the same time.
That's awesome. Sweet. Well, Beth, thank you so much for sharing. And yeah, like again, this is going to be a very exciting month for the Paradigm Shift Central project. So if anyone's like feeling like extra creative, this project is going to be a place for us to like funnel our collective creativity and everything. So I'm excited to do that. So Beth, last part of your introduction, any intention that you want to put forth for this full moon that you would like to share? Go ahead.
So it's really hard for me to put it into words. So I think I just want to like take a moment and just like put the energy into the silence and let it be whatever it's going to be.
Sounds good. Go for it.
Thank you.
Silence received.
Can I just say something that I heard?
Michelle, go for it.
Silence was, it was pregnant pause.
Pregnant pause. Like hands pause?
No, pause. Like not like pause, like animal.
Bear pause? Like, oh,
like a
look at his
pregnant pause, like a space, like a pause, you know?
Yes.
But like a pregnant pause is like filled with potential, right? So the silence is filled with potential. And you were talking before the broadcast about having a birthing dream. So we heard like
yes, Michelle. On point, on point.
I love that. And again, you know, like just bringing it right back to the theme. I love thinking about like how we carry things like birth, like children, like actual human beings, like the creation of life itself in the same way we carry our creative projects and our ideas and things that we're bringing forth. You know, like you'll be working on something for a while and be like, this is a life that I'm carrying with me. And sometimes it takes like a process before it's ready to be like brought out in a beam of glory. So yeah. So Beth, I can definitely feel there's a lot of like cultivation of energy happening on your end. So thumbs up and awesome job. So any last words, Beth, just before we pass the mic? And you might have to head out soon.
Love and joy.
Enjoy.
Peace, love, and joy.
Awesome. All right, Beth, if you're heading out at some point, just let us know and we'll pass you the mic before you head out. So okay, cool. Perfect.
Okay,
thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, Skull, you're muted.
Oh, I was muted. Thanks, guys. Thanks. I'm glad. Yeah, anytime that happens, just let me know as soon as we can, guys. So yeah, awesome. All right, so right back on track. Thank you guys again so much for being a part of this, and we're gonna keep moving along here, passing the talk and stick around. And yeah, maybe Michelle, do you wanna go next?
I do, and you know what I'm going to end up saying is going to bring in the energy that we had before the broadcast went live. We started late, and because it's happening right now in the chat, it's like, and I was imagining myself saying this, and I was like, no, because we really checked into like this deeper space, and like we brought the deeper space, but now like they're being so silly in the chat, and I just want to say we are a giggle fest like on the inside, so we're like bringing the medicine, and also we're giddy, so just I'm gonna just be real about that. So beautiful.
Great. Awesome. Michelle Infinity, thank you so much for being here, for being a part of this team. Michelle is one of our like veterans / like top like creative lieutenants within the project. So passing it over to Michelle. Michelle, what's new and exciting on your end?
Happy to be of service. Well, right now I have an ankh in my hand and it wanted to be expressed. To piggyback what Beth said about like this activate and what you said, Skull, about this activation that we're currently in, I feel like, to be completely raw and honest with everybody, it feels like the last broadcast that we had was like a super matrix in multidimensional activation for like all of our souls. And like, it was like we linked up afterwards, you know, and our spirit guides and teams and everybody like linked up through us. And I went through a huge shift and was able to create like this beautiful piece of content. So like from that, you know, the weekend was pretty charged and there was a lot of synchronicities and that was beautiful. And then like I kind of unraveled randomly like the next day, like I woke up not in my body and I had to like process a bunch of really deep things. And then the way that I came back to my center was through ceremony and through song. I had a thing on, but even to go beyond that and talk about the piece of content I created, it was like this beautiful unraveling that happened and then bringing me back into myself and my center. And then from that witnessing that that's actually exactly what happens to us constantly. And that's what I got to create and offer as the medicine, is like, we lose ourselves completely, and then we spirit, it's like almost on purpose. So it's like we're guided to like defragment so that we can purge out in our being. And that's how these activations happen. But when we're going through it, we don't even know that that's possible. So what happened is that I came into myself by being myself, which is by singing and leading a ceremony. But it wasn't even like a big ceremony. It was like this little gathering where I sang. And at the beginning of my video, I sing a song. Like it was a song that was like being sung through me while I was preparing the camera and all of that stuff. And like multiple people have like mentioned to me, like, I listened to that part on repeat. And I loved that you were singing, and that makes me happy. So I'm thinking I'm gonna do that for the rest of my videos, or like this new cycle of energy that we're doing, where it's like I'm gonna, instead of like having like a little theme and an intro that's like very like, everybody puts that in front of their thing. It's like logo, intro, I feel like, yeah, like my medicine is this channeling singing. So we'll see what happens and comes through. And it's also a really beautiful prayer and intention for opening the space to like receive the wisdom and channel the wisdom for people. So I think that actually might be a part of my practice and my discipline, like, like moving forward at all, is like pray, sing, connect, and then like disseminate wisdom. So talking about like the beauty that I experienced was like I was able to sing for people in a room, and we were all like channeling, and there was a guy there who was channeling, and I could see the frequency that I offered being of service to the people. And it was a really beautiful transmission for my awareness, my self-worth, my like understanding of like being a bringer of light and bringing a bridge to those portals and the realms. And that was like my activation. So you're talking about like stepping into like a new phase of your character. I feel like I'm ready to be of service in a way that is like unnegotiable now. Before, I feel like I was almost hesitant of like stepping into my power, my purpose, but now I feel like there's like an acceptance or an ownership of like, like my truth brings good for people. And like, thank God, that I finally get it. I feel like I finally get it now, which is cool. Where I'm like, it's okay. Like my vibration is good, and I'm willing to do it. Like there was a willingness, like of like, all right, and time to stop fucking around and like get to work. Sorry for cursing, but I communed in that way, and like I came to myself in that way. So I feel like I'm fully committed to my path now, in a way, as the Scorpio full moon, and I am a Scorpio sun sign, so that's really beautiful. And then the last thing I'll say, I have two things that I wrote for notes, is I'm really grateful for our digital media production house, but also I'm just really grateful for the community and for the fact that we can all support each other in like sharing our art. And then the fact that it's the digital media thing, because last podcast we spoke about, I was like, why did I do graphic design for like 20 years or 10 years or whatever? But like now you're like digital media production house. And it's like, and I spend my day actually like writing scripts for videos that I'm being paid money for to do advertising for like a small company that's local here on. So it's beautiful how, and I knew this before. I remember like working for Full Sail, being a teacher, like wondering if I should go into the marketing program, Skull. And like, we were really working together on like for I think it was when we really got in sync, like a year and a half ago or something. And it was like, I was like, this is my life purpose, like to really commit to our digital production house and like create conscious media and content. Like, this is why that you have this background in creative, in writing and media production and art and graphics. And this is the way that you're going to change the world, is like disseminate this wisdom through these mediums. And like, this is your team to do it. And like, it's funny how it goes in waves and it comes in and out. And then like, as we level up, like, we are doing it, and like this is what it is. So I'm super grateful for that. And then the last thing I wanted to say was I think Beth was talking about like a shift that happened from she mentioned my video, but I just wanted to say this cool synchronicity. I guess I'll say a synchronicity report. I met a friend right when I went to Boulder. I went to the Witches Ball in October, and I hadn't seen this guy, Chris. He's the beautiful visionary artist who's local here, and totally into like actually Egypt, and he like paints like beautiful, and that's why we started talking, was he was painting like these beautiful ankhs and like temple keepers and etc. And then he calls me yesterday on the full moon, of course, so I'm like, all right, I'll go see. And he's this beautiful cosmic being. We're talking about ascension consciousness. It's very wonderful synchronicity, but like to me that was like this nail proof of like there was a thing that started back fall, and there is a thing that just happened now, and that window has now officially shut. And it was like this beautiful, like, time rubber band snap thing where it was like, it was just like so obviously like this solidified. So that is it. So that is all I have to say. Yay.
That's awesome. Do you want to add an intention on top of that?
Actually, I want to sing an intention because I was looking at the chat and I saw pray, sing, do it, connect, disseminate wisdom that Beth wrote. So, so let's see, what is my intention? My intention is no, I wanna like, you know what my intention is? My intention is like to channel sing. Like I wanna have like what I did the other day when I was in that ceremony is I waited for like the universe to like sing through me. And it was beautiful. I don't know if we can do that on the broadcast, but I'll try it in this like next little second that I have. I almost want to sing the same song that's what I'm hearing is sing the same song that I sang in the video. So I will, because there's a frequency there of like creating that video and having people hear it, and so I'll do that. So yeah, all right, wait. No, it's not coming. I don't know. All right, so what is my intention for the full moon? Is to kick ass and to be amazing. I'll just be like, whatever, that didn't work. No, I wanna offer my soul and actually, if I wanna just like say from what that is like to be real and like not care so much about like trying to make something more perfect or trying to create something out of the moment. Then it's like, I think that we do that as spiritual teachers and whatever. We're like, we try to like make it super spiritual. It's like, be connected and like just show up, and that's enough. And I want to remember that that's enough, and then be real, and then be able to be relatable and relate to other people and share from my heart and my experience. That's what I want. Aho.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Michelle. And yeah, no, I think that did work. You're singing there, because there'll be plenty of time. Thank you.
Wow, that's what my intention is.
That's your intention right there. That's awesome. Beautiful, like elf
wild animal
elf noise, fox minx type thing. So yeah.
Totally.
Sweet. All right. Yeah, we're gonna keep bouncing around here, but before we do that, I did just want to say, Michelle, yeah, thumbs up to you, because again, like from last week, just kind of reiterating, Michelle had an article that she put up, and that was the article about intentions and sort of like activating into our full moon potential. And so what is actually really cool is that I was just gonna like pull up that article on the website and stuff like that, and if anybody even like wanted to like share that even tonight while the broadcast is still live, you guys are welcome to do that. And again, like the article on the website, we weren't like sharing it around a heck of a lot. Like it was just kind of like a basic reach, but based on the numbers, it's like floating at around like over 300, which is good. Again, as to how many of those are like full, like top to bottom reads, hard to say, but that's where like, again, we're optimizing the website to help ensure that more. But again, like out of that, plus the video that she had embedded into her quest journal, that was also uploaded to Facebook, and that has like about like 1,200 views on Facebook, the video alone individually. So between the two of those, it was definitely heard. Your message was heard. Yay. And so again, like thumbs up to you, because that's an example of what we kind of like want to repeat a pattern of like being able to like help share someone's quest journal, and also being able to help share a video if they have a correlating video or an individual video. And yeah, and I think taking the time to like, oh wow, okay, the actual count on the blog that Michelle did, again, which is titled Be a Full Moon, May 2017, Integrating Our Upgrades. It's almost at 400 actually. So good job, Michelle. And again, you know, like the numbers can be thought of as points within the game, and the points are very arbitrary, you know, like 374, that's not even necessarily unique views, the way how like the counter works. Like sometimes it's repeated views, so there's like repeated views in there, but it's still a reflection of the fact that it reached people. And
Yeah.
so you can kind of, you know, continue to build off those. And you've had other articles that have reached like decent numbers as well. And again, the exciting thing about the project is when people come to visit Michelle's article, they're also being presented with other people's article. They're being presented with like the recent Quest journals. And that's kind of the beauty of how I've wanted to be able to create the site, is that when one of our stuff gets out, all of our stuff gets seen. So it's, you know, paradigm shift central, like literally becoming what the name is. So yeah, thumbs up to Michelle for having the video and making it timely with the full moon, and the article, which is very well written. And again, people can check it out. Right now it is under Quest journals. It's a Quest journal right now, technically, opposed to an article. But nonetheless, you guys can check it out, and I'll post it into the live chat on the website as well, and into the YouTube as well. But yeah, Michelle, just kind of like real quick, what might be like the next video that we would see from you? Any ideas floating around for that, or anything?
Well, it's going to be when I come back from the jungle in Bolivia. So that's.
Oh my God, you leave soon.
Yeah.
When do you leave?
I leave so the 19th technically. But I'll be in Florida on the 16th, so next Tuesday, and so I might be a different being. I might come back as an animal nature spirit. I don't even know.
Yeah, totally.
I don't know what is going to be right in spiritual alignment, but sometimes I go into periods of silence. So I would love to not like go into silence so I can still be of service, and I feel like that would be. I don't know if a discipline is the right word, but like something that, will it feel appropriate to speak at that time in my own dharma, I would love to keep the momentum going. And what I've decided is to commit to, because of Alex Gray, I actually saw Alex Gray on Sunday night also, and like talked to him, and he's like my homie, like him and Allison are like my people tribe, and is wonderful. And yeah, for real, they're space Tibetan, ancestral Syrian, total intergalactic family. And so anyway, so that was a part of an activation. But I forgot where I was going now that my cat meowed. Something about Alex Gray. What was he saying right before?
What your next video might be?
I don't know.
Because you're going to the jungle.
So I might be in silence. Oh, full moon ceremony.
Silent meditation.
I'm committing. So I'm committing in my being to like one video a month on the full moon. I feel like that's totally doable, because the article, and it's enough time to process, because I really like to give it my soul, and put that in there. But like doing the every 2 weeks can sometimes be like, feel like pressured, you know what I mean? And like some people do it every week, like Karpacha rocks it every week. He's amazing. But I was like, all right, so I'll do the full moon and I'll put that. And the reason why I got that was because Alex Gray said that I said to them, I don't know, I hope this is interesting to people, but I'll share this. They have this thing about integral theory. The first quadrant, yes, this is totally relevant. Okay, get everybody I'm throwing down some wisdom from the Grays. The integral theory is first quadrant is, as a creative being, we have an idea, right? We have an idea, it exists in our brain, nobody else knows about it. Beth, I think you're gonna really like this. Second quadrant is the idea comes out of ourselves, right? And then we birth that baby and it comes out of ourselves onto the paper, but still no one else has seen it but us, but it's now out of our heads and onto a physical medium. Third quadrant is we post it on Paradigm Shift and we bring it out into the people. So like, and then the fourth quadrant is that idea becomes a part of mass consciousness and becomes a part of the culture, and therefore changes the paradigm. Right? So this is integral theory of like how ideas are born from our inner being, or even from others.
Can you say the first two real quick again?
Yeah, the first is like we have a thought, and that download comes from multidimensional consciousness into the vessel that is Skull Babylon, right? Like the Journey to Lucidity movies, right? You're like, I'm going to make a documentary about this, about my journey to this festival. And then you write it down or you film something, but like you don't send it out into the world yet. And then you post it on Facebook, third quadrant. And then it becomes like a mass thing, and other people are posting it too. And like other people are talking about like the pine cone and, different things about how that like, it becomes an idea, a meme, in our collective. And so I asked them, how do we, because this is where I feel I am, how do we move from like the second to the third, like where it's like, how do we step into leadership and embody? So like we're giving out more and more from that authentic space. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that where he was channeling and talking to me directly was about commitment. And it was like, we decided on the full moon to hold ceremonies, and we've been doing that for 15 years and we haven't missed a full moon. And so that spoke to me about like, all right, well, I was doing full moon and new moon videos for like a year, and I kind of like, you know, missed a little bit of them, but like say I did 8 out of 12 or whatever. And, you know, I can commit now because my teacher told me, you know, like full moon ceremony, commit, and then that momentum and people support you through that. So I was like, all right, so I can step into that. And that was like a part of my commitment and intention. So I hope that helped people get what they needed from that.
So was the second thing just like the creation process, like the sort of like hands-on part?
But it's personal. So it comes out of your head and into your hands.
Yeah. Okay. Head to hands. So yeah, from like higher conscious to head to hands, hands to other hands, hands to like platform, and then even more hands.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Collective consciousness.
Totally. Yeah. No, that definitely like synchronizes with exactly what we're doing right here, which is again, like giving people step 3 and 4, helping with step 3 and 4, and inviting them to like, now that step 3 and 4 exists, it's like, all right, we can focus on step 1 and 2. So yeah, keep downloading into those keys. Mm-hmm. That's cool that you got to meet the Greys and everything. There's like a whole, the Greys to me mean like something very unique, I feel, having like met them personally and based on like the uniqueness of my interaction with them, which was very interesting.
You want to talk about that for a second before
I've talked about it in the past on past broadcasts, and I'll bring it up here because it does relate to just like stepping into our higher self. And I'll share the story real quick just so there's context, because again, it's one that others can learn from as well. And then from there, we'll pass the talking stick around.
I think Michael wants to say something in a minute, but go ahead. Yeah, finish the story. I see him like doing it.
All right. Yeah, Michael is tuned in. All right. I'll just share the story real quick. Okay, so I actually I met the Greys back in 2015, and there's an interview that I have of them. And so like I have this interview that exists with them, but the interview didn't necessarily end on a high note. And so basically what ended up happening is that this was like, again, back in the earlier stages of paradigm shift. And again, you know, like I was still, I had to go through this. This was like one of my lessons that I created for myself. And it was a very dynamic and in some ways like a trauma that I actually had to work through. And basically, near the end of the interview, some of you will understand exactly like what's happening here. I offered them one of the shift buttons that I had. At the time, some of the shift buttons that we were using were like art from other people.
Totally.
So, like, it was like one of the buttons that like had their art on it, but didn't have their name on it. Right. And then so Allison was just like, yeah, like you shouldn't be doing it this way. You know, like you should have been like making sure that like you had permission and stuff like that too. And you should be like honoring the source of the artist. And I'm just like, yeah, but, and then I was like, fuck. And then I just kind of like collapsed onto the floor into like a pile of goo. Cause I knew they were right. And it was just like, yeah, okay, no, this is, and I totally had like been in the process of moving towards that, but like them saying it to me passed on this very powerful lesson of just like honoring the source. And so it was around the same time in the internet where like it was all too common for people to just be like taking an image from an artist who was really cool and putting their own like meme stuff on it, you know, like it wasn't uncommon. And so like within my narrative, it was just like, yeah, well, if everyone else is doing it, it's not a huge deal and it's for the greater good. Therefore, that was kind of my idea. And this kind of stemmed from the time when I first started making buttons in college. So at that point, you know, I was just like, all right, whatever, like no one's going to complain about this. Therefore, if I'm just going to do it. And then eventually I just like had some of the art that I didn't change. So when it came time to like give them a button with their art on it, they were just like, wait a second, son, like you need to learn something here. And I was just like, oh, okay, I hear what you're saying. So, the interview may still very well be released someday, but like for me, it has to be released almost like in conjunction with like being able to like reconnect. This is part of my journey. Now I'm almost on like a point where at some point down the road, it's my intention to like reconnect with them and to be like, hey, like, I don't know if you remember me, but like this happened like X number of years ago. And I just wanted you to say that because of that, it's enabled me to like make this super badass project that has like a lot of accountability to it. and a lot of like proper ways of like dealing with like referencing sources when you're dealing with media. And so that's why, like, even within the creation of quest journals and articles, I really invite you guys, if you're not doing this already, if you're using artwork from somebody else, to like at least just include a link underneath their image to say like artwork by, or at the end of the entry say artwork by. So again, you know, this is something like very common. And so I mean, even for just using as an example, because we were talking about it in Michelle's article, she has some beautiful art there, and I
no idea who it's by.
don't believe it's, yeah, exactly, right?
But
so
it would
again,
make
like,
it so much more sophisticated if we did photo credit.
and it's not that hard of a thing to do. Like right now, like, you know, someone just reverse image searches that image, they will likely be able to find the artist. Like, I'm actually curious. I'm just gonna like even pull that up right now, because I bet you it could literally be pulled up on the spot just to kind of prove a point. So again, like since then, the shift buttons got like redesigned, like new versions of the shift buttons came out. Everything is either art that has been made by us or friends or people in the community, or it's like art that is like of ancient symbols that don't necessarily belong to anyone per se, which is, you know, like flower of life, eyes of Ra, yin yangs, things like that. So yeah, so again, that was just, and part of the lesson in this, and I'll just say this and I'll pass it around for anybody who wants to jump in, is if you're going to help change the world, do it with accountability, or else ... Because it's one of those things where, like, if you're kind of like doing, even if you are honestly trying to do some good stuff, yet to do that good stuff, you're kind of like not doing the best stuff, you're kind of like manipulating people along the way, or manipulating yourself, or manipulating like this agreement that you have with like source consciousness, you know, like if you're kind of like benefiting off like somebody else's energy in a way that like doesn't really honor like permission and stuff like that, that comes back to you. Like, it does come back to you. And I think that's kind of the things that we have to remember, is how like everything does come back to us. And some people will say, oh, well, you know, maybe it won't even come back in this lifetime. But I think we have to live as if it will come into this lifetime, and live as if it could come tomorrow, you know. And so it's like kind of like, again, bringing in that accountability related to media, but really just related to anything that we're doing. So again, that was a very powerful lesson that I got from the Grays. And again, you know, it's something I want to be able to like get a chance to like meet them again someday and be like, yeah, you know, like, I am like here as a different person, as a person who has learned, and as a person who has learned from, you know, that experience and everything like that. And yeah. So I'll
well, you definitely will, because I plan to like talk and do workshops and teach at Entheon has been like a big thing. They've like talked about that a couple times, but I've been, like I said, like not, you know, feeling like I was ready in a certain way. But like, you're in Canada and they're in like the Hudson Valley, New York, you're not even far. And like, we're a part of the same cosmic consciousness. And I think that they would have so much, not only respect for you, but like, that's their job, is to like school, the elders school.
Yeah. And
it was like, that's so beautifully archetypally perfect.
And yeah, exactly, right? Like, that's what they do, you know, they're teaching young artists how to do things and how to do things properly. So, I mean, like, I'm sure there are other people who have made that same mistake that I've made and stuff like that. And again, it's only a mistake if you don't learn from it, you know, type thing, or something along those lines, however it's said. But yeah, I guess, I don't know, it's still, yeah, you could say it one way or the other. But yeah, no, Michelle, I totally, yeah, I totally hear that. And yeah, again, just putting that out there, and totally check out Alex Gray at alexgray.com for beautiful art. Buy their shirts and everything like that. Who knows? Maybe down the road, maybe we will make some like special edition Alex Gray buttons or something like that with permission and everything. So, yeah. So
I think also, could I just say one more thing about that I was feeling, that it's a culture thing. So what we aren't is like you and all of us, we're gonzo journalists, right? We're like, rah, like on the fringe of system, right? These beings like are classically trained, went to art school, and are a part of this scene of like artists and art party and premieres and gallery exhibitions, and like that's a different world, right? So like that world operates by certain rules of like, so with certain sophistication, and our world operates like media, blog, meme, la la, with our rules, and nobody's wrong at all. But like, in order for us to be the most conscious co-creators with all of these worlds, we have to respect everybody's boundaries and rules and be like totally reverent to everything, but because that's what we're preaching is cosmic consciousness. So that's how we show up in that world. But yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly right. And we're trying to we're excuse me, we're trying to display an example of mindfulness that people can see to as example, and so again, that comes through with our media, that comes through with our attention to detail. And so again, the message that they taught me was about like honoring the source. So again, like this is where like even if people on the internet are like stealing other people's articles or uploading other people's videos and tagging their own stuff on it and like redirecting it from like, that's like stuff where like, if I see that, part of me is just like, like there it is again, like there's people doing that type of thing. And sometimes they get caught, sometimes they do. And sometimes they either get caught or they get caught eventually kind of thing, like by either someone on the internet or by the universe. So again, yeah, as Michelle was saying, we kind of have like this techno like savage style where we're just like, fuck yeah, everything's at my fingertips, fuck yeah, I can create with anything. And that can potentially get you to a place where like maybe you're learning how to edit videos by just like mixing and taking people's stuff. And I still think that's okay, I still think that's cool. All you got to do is just mention who you included in the information for your videos. At the very least, try your best to. So again, just as an example, Michelle, we were talking about the art in your blog post of that beautiful owl. As we were talking here, I've discovered who the artist is. So within the time here.
Gorgeous.
So this is Art by Mythos is the name of the artist. And again, now that we found other stuff, there's amazing other art by this artist here. I'll just pull that up on screen share like super quick. So yeah, you guys can just kind of like see here. So like there's the owl one right there. So again, like if you guys need help, you can go to Google and then reverse Google image search. And so again, like there's basically no excuse for like not knowing who the artist of an image is unless it's some really obscure image.
Wow.
So just as a note for people moving forward with quest journals and stuff like that and conscious articles, just doing your best to source your images and everything. So
I feel like this is a step up for us, like the fact that we had that conversation and that we're going to do that like as a part of the digital agency. I think that's like, and
digital
we're gonna
agency. Yeah, exactly. If we're going to do it right type thing. Do it in a way that like is credible. So and accountable. So yeah, sweet. Okay, Michelle, is there anything else you wanted to say? I think
no. Lieutenant signing off, and then Michael's got his hand raised.
Awesome. Well, Michelle, we'll touch base before you leave, since this will be the last broadcast before you head off to your jungle adventure.
Okay, I'll say goodbye.
Okay. All right. We'll pass around the talking stick in terms of introductions, and Michael just wants to jump in. So Michael, go ahead and jump in on that. And let me just double check your audio real quick. Go ahead, Michael Pratt.
It's been a minute. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you're coming through loud and clear.
Okay, cool. Well, I just wanted to say, now I don't know if she's in the chat room, but I'm not sure if her microphone is on. I just wanted to give a shout out to Jacqueline. She edited an article that I wrote. Now I had to change some things, but that's just the kind of person I am. But she edited it and grammar checked it and proofread it and everything, and she did a really good job. So I wanted to give her a shout out, and she's really good with that kind of thing. She seems to like to write a lot as well. So
thank you, Michael, for the shout out.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Sorry, I've been.
And it'll be on eZine articles. Is a thing. It's a thing I wrote about. Well, I titled it. It's an interesting kind of title, and a lot of people that are from this actually liked it. It's called "Can Mystical Thought Not Properly Understood and Applied Lead to Mental Illness?" So I wanted to create something, kind of authentic, but at the same time, just it's like, nobody's perfect or anything, but it's just, I think, there's always ways, you can improve. And I think refinement, is a big thing when it comes to, I don't know, just life or maybe this planet. It just, I think refinement is a big thing. So so I tried to kind of express that with that article. And yeah, so yeah, that's just pretty much all I wanted to say.
Cool. Michael, is the article is the article that you posted, is that something that can be reposted to Paradigm Shift Central? Yeah,
it can. I don't want to make it like when I wrote it, I don't want to make it like, you know, I'm making fun of any, you know, communities. It's just some of the things that I've observed, you know, in some communities that it's just a little, I don't know if they're all there kind of thing, or they could, you know, cause a problem, you know, kind of like create discord, that kind of thing. So that's kind of what it's about.
All right. Post a link in the comments and we'll take a look at it. I mean, that's something we can talk about on the side as well. Just maybe if like yeah, if we feel it kind of like fits and stuff, and if so, we can kind of.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, when you read it, you got to kind of read it from a point of like an observer. So I mean, it's not like I'm, you know, making fun of anybody or something. It's just like I'm looking at this with, you know, the psychology, the knowledge of psychology that I have so far and what I've studied, and I'm like, okay, could this lead to mental illness, you know, and kind of thing. But yeah, well, I think it's a good thing because I mean, I was involved in a ceremony one time, and I've just seen how people, you know, if they're not grounded, if they're not, you know, connected and stuff. I mean, I was just trying to do my thing, and I had this guy. He was like saying he was going to bite my ear or something. So, you know, stuff like that. It's just, I like to. Now he was pretty far gone, and I was too. But I just, at least, you know, I felt like I controlled myself. I didn't. You know, so just kind of things like that.
Yeah,
I'd like to
post. Yeah, post a link and stuff like that. Because I mean, one of the topics that like we'll be having in future like broadcasts specifically within Paradigm Shift through the Destiny School, like will be related to like mental health. And so if we're like even calling it like, you know, like spirituality and mental health and spirituality, or kind of like figuring out like, you know, looking at it from like the crossing over of the two and everything. But again, you know, like it's a topic that is important. It is worth being looked at. And again, for people who are interested, one of the teams within the Paradigm Shift Central project that we're going to be launching in the coming future will be like a team related to mental health. So we don't have like a certain set name, whether it would be literally just like mental health team, if we're calling it that, or if there's like another name that we want to use for it, but it'll probably be that, just keep it obvious. But yeah, those conversations will come up in the future and stuff. So the fact that you did an article on that is something I'm interested in taking a look at. And
yeah, I really enjoy writing articles, and I had no idea like how many. I just wrote it because I just enjoy it, and then I had all these people commenting saying like, wow, that was like really well written. And so yeah, it's interesting how it happens like that.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
Just wanted to share that.
Perfect, Michael. Yeah, no, that's perfect. And yeah, just get the links there, and we'll reiterate it and stuff. But yeah, if we can get that on the website in the future, then people will be able to see it through there as well. Sweet. Okay. It's about 12 o'clock now, guys. I think we'll keep this broadcast going for at least another like 24 hours, give or take. Yeah, I know it's like an old joke at this point, I know. But anyways, Beth is going to be heading out soon, so we can pass it over to Beth before she heads out. Beth, if you would like to just send any farewell blessings before you segue into the astral, please feel free to do so.
I just want to chant. I posted myself chanting on my Facebook today, and I'm like horrified of chanting publicly. So I think I should just do it here where I feel safe and loved, with people present and not just, floating out there in the ether. So I just want to chant before I go to bed. Om Asatoma Satgamaya Tamasoma Jyotri Gamaya Rityorma Amritam Gamaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Can I do that too with you? Can we all do that?
Yes. Let's all
There's
chant
going to be a,
together.
there's going to be a bit of a delay,
Oh,
but for anybody who wants to give it a shot, go for it. So
Okay, can we do it
Beth
again?
and
Beth,
Michelle, you guys can start us off.
Yeah. Go for it. Go.
All right.
Okay.
Om Asatoma Satgamaya Tamasoma Jyotri Gamaya Rityorma Amritam Gamaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Good job, guys. Beth, was just confirming, I know you're just about to head off to bed. Was that like something that was just kind of like off the top of your head, like light language type stuff, or was that like actually a recounting of a particular course and verse type thing?
That is a Sanskrit chant.
The Sanskrit, yeah.
Yes, and I definitely learned that from somebody at Kripalu, the Kripalu Center for Yoga and Health in Western Massachusetts, or Snatam Kaur, or any various teacher that I've studied under. But it means from ignorance to truth, from darkness to light, from death to immortality, peace, peace, peace.
Very cool. Very cool. Awesome. Well, Beth, thank you so much for sharing. And it's exciting for us to see like more people activating our singing voice. I'm telling you guys, it's just a matter of time until we release our first like team mixtape. So if anybody's like making music, we'll be able to do that. We'll have like an album. If you actually check on the website right now, you can check out the Paradigm Shift Music tab, which has like featured music by like people in the community who are creating music. So that's going to get expanded in the future with Beth's chanting. At some point, we'll see. Okay, Beth. Any last words before we say goodnight and until next time? Thank you so much. Perfect. Okay, holding that silence, that pregnant pause. Perfect. Awesome. All right, Beth. Keep it up. Thank you so much, and we'll see you at the Dream Tree and in the future. So.
Good night.
Good night, Beth. Awesome, guys. All right. Very cool. Very cool. Sweet, guys. So there's a lot of things to kind of still talk about, no doubt. That's the beauty of this project. There's always lots of things to talk about. Before we even go any further, actually, I just want to be able to take a special request right now from a very special shifter here in the community, Ashley. Her little girl, Veda, is it's her birthday today. So she is actually asking us to like send out a birthday shout out to her. And just to provide a little bit of context, Veda, if I'm pronouncing her name correctly, I believe, she is one of our little shifter friends. So I'm just going to pull up an image here and you can see that there she is, like with her free hug sign, like after, I think that's at school, I believe. So yeah, thank you so much to Ashley and to Veda and for all that you were doing as a young shifter, more than you may even know, yet you totally know what you were doing. Thank you for holding space and for bringing the vibrations to those very important places that only you can bring it to. So happy birthday, Veda. We love you. Thank you, Ashley, for rocking it. Go team. Much love to you guys. And yes, so guys, just join me in saying like happy birthday. Just be like happy birthday, happy birthday. Send love to the little shifters, guys. Go happy birthday, little shifters. Yeah, you guys are beautiful. Yeah. You guys just want to unmute your microphones and make some noise, guys. Go ahead.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday. Yeah.
Yeah. We could sing happy birthday.
Oh, I'm not sure if we need to do that.
Yeah.
Sweet. Awesome. Okay, so there you go, guys. Happy birthday to Veda, and yeah, who knows? We'll perhaps even like see her in the Hangout in the future. So very well could be. So that's the beauty of this project, is that like you get to like see some of like the younger people who are getting connected to this community, and they are like picking up the free hug sign without us even having to ask them to, without us even having to, you know, in some indirect way like tell them to. It is like literally them just like, whoa, you know, like that looks fun, that makes sense, like I'm gonna do this, right? And so that's been a beautiful thing within the Paradigm Shift Central project, is being able to like ignite the torch from one generation to the next, or to share the torch, not even to pass it, but to like share in like holding the inner torch that each of us carries. So the ignition of those young guardians, which then in turn ignite even more guardians within the dream, the light guardians. So very cool stuff. Awesome. All right. Well, I think Michelle Infinity either dropped out or she may be back at some point, but that's okay. We'll keep bouncing around with some topics. And yeah, I did want to share with you guys a little bit about like doing like the free hugs as Spider-Man thing, because that's exactly kind of on the topic of young shifters. So I'll just mention that real quick, and then we'll pass the talk and stick around a little bit more. So again, a big part of this project is really about encouraging people to be real world superheroes. And so what does that mean? In a very simple way, people can be a real world superhero by connecting people with community, by doing free hugs, by acting out small acts of compassion that can make a big difference. And so like that is a very sort of tangible way to be a superhero, and using a free hugs sign is a tool that like gives you the superpower ability to create a portal for synchronicity. So as simple as it may be, as literally just a free hug sign, when used with intention in a way that is done so, it can be like extremely powerful for connecting people to you and your community, and for like creating an ongoing narrative of being the person in your city who other people know as the person who does free hugs, and inspiring those people to do free hugs. So doing free hugs is a big part of this project. And again, we kind of refer to that as shiftivism, any sort of act to be able to intentionally help shift consciousness, free hugs being a part of that. Part of what I've been doing in the last while is that like I've literally activated into like an additional aspect of who I am, which is like Spider-Man who does free hugs. And basically this is like my own version of Spider-Man, known as Mystic Spider-Man. So it's not even like within my narrative that I'm actually like Peter Parker. Like I'm actually still Brendan, and I'm actually like Brendan from like a parallel reality. And in this parallel reality, this Spider-Man is Mystic Spider-Man. And the basic story is that Mystic Spider-Man is like trained with Doctor Strange. So I kind of have like those two elements of the Doctor Strange story aspects and the Spider-Man stuff. And so like you'll see the images of it eventually, but the suit looks like so freaking cool. And I made a video on the weekend because it was actually comic book day. It was free comic book day. So like there's a lot of people downtown. Some of them were in costume, and there's a lot of people who are already like vibing on the energy of the superheroes in the comic books. So I'm like, this is a perfect portal for me to show up through. And so I had done Spider-Man a couple times before, back around Halloween and after Halloween. And so this was like the next time that I brought it back in, but I've been like upgraded my suit, I've upgraded my tactics. And again, I made this video, so you'll see it in the future once I've done editing it. And yeah, and through there, like connecting with people, giving out the shift buttons, again, the shift buttons that have the website on it. And again, that's a big part of the free hugs and everything. It just amplifies it even more because it connects people to the project and leaves an impression by giving them a gift and give something that they can give to someone else. So giving out the shift buttons while doing the free hugs, and also being on the street and helping people on the street, like talking to people on the street who like may need, you know, who are asking for change, and just like holding space and doing free hugs, not even necessarily where the comic book store, but just downtown in general, and creating this narrative and creating this real aspect where some of the younger kids, to them, you know, like they met Spider-Man. they're still in that beautiful place of imagination where like to them, like I literally am Spider-Man to them. And so it's a very powerful thing when Spider-Man shows up to them and reminds them that the true power is the power of the heart. And so that's kind of like the message that we're like passing off to kids. And so you'll see it in the video, but within the video, like I also pass off like a free hug sign to some younger kids. And so like that's kind of, again, the very powerful part of this narrative of like being able to like remind kids who many of them are like already kind of like spiritually open-minded and are spiritually kind of like already like in that place where they're pretty open to a lot of this stuff, and just being able to synchronize with them and being like, yo, like me and you, like we're on the same team, so keep it up. And then they're going to bring that energy with them and be like, yo, like we're freaking doing this. And they may be only like 10 years old or something like that, but it's amazing. So the Spider-Man thing is activated. That's basically the update that I wanted to share with you guys. There's a video for that coming in the future. It's awesome. I'm still like, I've since I was out on Saturday, I've like continued to make like modifications and upgrades on my suit. It's a very real thing, and the real message out of it is to help create a global team of real world superheroes. So again, the superhero isn't just someone who wears a mask or a cape. A superhero can literally be like you showing up with intention, and also as simple as keeping some free hug signs and some buttons on you during the day, and then you can use those to like activate their abilities and stuff within, again, this bigger context of this real world game that we are playing, that we are in right now, to help shift consciousness. So within the game, I'm inviting other people to like activate into their superhero avatar version of themselves in whatever way that looks to you. And I think it happens in stages and phases, and it comes through exploring your own creativity, which is, again, what this project is about. It's about creating space to foster creativity and creative expression, which naturally leads to more superheroes. So that's the update that I wanted to share with you guys there. Just want to open up the mic though, because I know we've gotten a lot into this broadcast, but there's still some people that we haven't directly heard from. What do you guys think about like the idea of yeah, like real world superhero and me doing Spider-Man thing and stuff like that? Like, is it so crazy that it just might work? What do you what would you guys do if you saw me downtown? Adriano, go ahead.
I think it's genius. So I've heard a lot tonight about people like stepping into their roles. Quite a few people, everybody that's gone on the mic has talked about it. And earlier in the month of April, I totally had that moment. And I'm very much into Qigong and Tai Chi. And for me, like wearing my gi out in public and like stepping into that and not being afraid of who I think my highest self looks like, that was big, man. It's hard to be fully yourself all the time, you know? It's hard to show up every day all the time. And I think the Mystic Spider-Man thing is so dope. It's really, really cool. I hope Marvel, like, it'd be cool if they like worked with you and maybe did a comic or something, man. But I think the morals that, you know, that Spider-Man stands for, you know, truth, justice, freedom. I mean, all the comic stuff is really dope. And hell yeah, man, we can't step into that, you know, for sure. I believe in like our higher selves, and I think our higher selves are super powerful, like more powerful than we can imagine. And it's kind of scary, you know, it's kind of scary stepping in it. That's why I think a lot of us like try to ease ourselves into it, because when you're manifesting fully, like when you're fully yourself and you're fully powerful, I mean, it can be a lot. So it's kind of good to pace yourself into it, you know? And I think it comes with maturity and age too. I mean, some people shine brightly right away. They're not afraid to step in, but some of us, you know, we do it with caution. And I think it's wise to do it with caution too. But yeah, man, rock it out. I mean, I always tell people to show up, man. Be fully present. Let your light shine as bright as it can, man. Just fucking go for it. And I know we were talking earlier about how sometimes when we shine so brightly, like darkness gets attracted to that. Well, that's part of the path of a spiritual warrior, man. You gotta learn some kung fu. You gotta learn how to protect yourself too, you know? So I think it's a whole part of the path. You gotta be strong.
Yeah, man. Yeah, dude. Thank you for seeing that. And yeah, like that's what I mean, man. Like when I like put on this suit, like it's like a freaking power suit, man. Like it like activates like a part of myself that is still there even when I'm not wearing the suit. Like even when I'm not wearing the suit, I still walk sometimes as if I'm like still wearing the suit. And when I put on the suit, I like literally change my voice. I shift into like a different octave of myself that kind of like is amplified through the superhero suit. Like literally wearing the suit allows me to do things that I can't do when not wearing the suit. And I'm going to show you guys a picture in a second, but example being, and this entire time I'm skateboarding downtown. So skateboarding is basically my version of web slinging. You know, like Spider-Man shoots his web, like I have my skateboard. It still accomplishes pretty much the same thing. But if I'm like going down the street and I'm in my suit and I see a kid on the sidewalk and we're just kind of going past one another, I can be like, I can kind of look at him and be like, super high five. And then the kid will be like, yo, boom, high five Spider-Man, right? Like, how cool is that? It doesn't even have to be a kid. It can be like anybody, right? I'm just like regular Brendan skateboarding. I'm just like kind of looking at people and I'm like, yo, high five. They're just like, what? Like, who? You know, just like a little bit. Whereas like if Spider-Man's there, there's like, yo, it's Spider-Man, man. Like, yeah, obviously you're going to high five him. But yeah, so the interactions so far have been really cool. And what's really exciting is that like, I'm going to keep coming out as this. And honestly, like I am expecting that at some point, someone in the news might like pick me up or write an article about me, but in the meantime, like I'm like my own media, I'm my own story. So like that's like kind of something that I'm like holding. So here, let me show you a sweet picture. Are you guys ready for this? You guys
what if you wrote an article about damn?
Dude, that's so dope. That's so dope.
Just like cut her off mid-sentence. I told you, man. Like look how, and that's not even
like that's not even like Iron Man too, man. It's got like the light in the middle. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, I've got a light underneath the chest and everything, and the goggles and stuff. And that's not even like the full version. The full version actually is me with my backpack with like my GoPro mounted on my shoulder, plus like my iPad on my arm as like a feed from my GoPro mount. So it's like a camera feed and stuff. And I've got like freaking like
glasses upside down, sir.
Yeah, they are there, but that's because I realized, because this entire time I thought the upside down was upside down, but it was actually just like another version of wearing them.
That's beautiful.
Because I noticed that the other day. I was like, wait a second, like if I wear these like this, then it changes the shape of the goggles, and they actually look more like Spider-Man eyes. So like, yeah, I can wear them both ways. If I wear them the other way, then it's like more for like speed dynamics. If I wear them this way, it's more for theatrics.
Dude, I say more power to you, man. Fucking rock it out. It's like it takes bravery to do that. You know, like that's what part of being a hero is. It's like you have to have courage and bravery to show up, man.
To be yourself and stuff. And that's what I tell to people, because you know, again, like even people who are just like, okay, it's obviously some guy in a suit, right? Even to them, that story is still powerful, because it's like, holy, like what the hell is motivating this guy to do this? This is so different from like anything that society is telling me to do, that it just blows my mind and it gets my attention. And so again, like that's why I'm doing this, because like holy crap, guys, like eventually like people are gonna start like, you know, sharing the story, and they're gonna be like, yeah, okay, like London's got a freaking Spider-Man now, stuff like that, right? But they've already got this like a free hugs people, not just myself, but a bunch of them. So there's already a bunch of free huggers, especially since I gave out all the signs of the Hollyfest and stuff, right? But yeah, this is going to be like an additional layer to it. And again, like just this context, and I talk about this even within the video, like this within my path is not something that just like came up overnight. Like before I had this idea, like I was doing superheroes for kids' birthday parties. So that was in, you know how Michelle was saying, it's like, why the hell did I do like graphic design school if I wasn't going to be a graphic design person? And then it turns out she was going to be a graphic design person. Who would have thought? So why the heck was I doing Spider-Man for kids' birthday parties? It was because my future self was actually training myself to actually be Spider-Man outside of kids' birthday parties. And so like, this is like something where like as soon as I put on the suit, like I've already got like 2 years worth of like my voice, and I talk like a certain way. Like I have to be wearing the mask in order to do it. Right now it just doesn't work, right? But I do. I talk with like a deeper tonation and stuff. So yeah, no, it's just really exciting, and yeah, I'll share more with you guys as it keeps going. And again, part of the story is actually like the fact that my identity is not necessarily fully a secret. Like to some people who want to know who's under there, they can figure that out. Or, you know, like I meet them and then I give them a shift button and I invite them to the Paradigm Shift meeting and be like, oh, if you like want to like see who I am, either go to the website or like come to the meetings and stuff like that. But again, like under the mask, I'm not telling people it's Peter Parker. Under the mask, it is Skull Babylon. Like it is Brendan. Like all these things are like the same character with like looked at from like different ways or amplified through different lenses and stuff. And so again, I mean, the fact that Peter Parker is a journalist, Well, duh, Skull Babylon's a journalist too, right? So like it's all one and the same. So it syncs up very ideally. And I'll just say this, and I'll pass it to Michelle in a second if she wants to say anything. The spider itself is very powerful medicine. So let me just kind of like bring back like the spider image here. There's other images and stuff like that. That one's just like pretty jacked. So the spider itself is like a very powerful symbol for as above, so below. When you look at it, the spider is literally this like toroidal vortex, you know, the legs up, the legs down. And the message of the web that the spider is related to is about the web that connects us all. So like if there's going to be a superhero,
you can't make that up.
I know you can't make this up. Like if Mystic Spider-Man was going to be real, then he is real. Because
it is real, man.
It's real now, man. Yeah, and that's what I mean, man. Like this isn't something that already exists in Marvel. Like this came through, you know, like I'm the one carrying this. I think if you like Google Mystic Spider-Man, there might be like one fan fiction thing someone else picked up on it. I did check this, but other than that, there's no Mystic Spider-Man out there. So again, you know, what's my objective? What's my superpower? My superpower is like being able to like travel through dimensions and being able to bring forth like the cosmic awareness of the higher dimensions into this physical plane, and being able to like see the future and bring it into the present, and being able to create portals for synchronicity. These are all normal things. These are all real things. As soon as I put on the suit, it just creates this like freaking badass like character. And again, this is a Jedi thing too. This is all like Light Guardian Jedi stuff. So yeah. So anyways, I'm super stoked about that, and just sharing that with you guys, and stay tuned. There will be more about that later. Hashtag Mystic Spider-Man. If you see me downtown, hashtag Mystic Spider-Man. I gotta remember to tell people that, because people are taking pictures of me too, right? So it's happening. It's happening. Sweet. Okay. Michelle, did you have anything to say about like how soon you're gonna put on a Spider-Man suit? What if we all just become our own Spider-Man versions? Can we all be Mystic Spider-Man?
If I would be a spider woman goddess, it would be this like old crone, ancient, like I would like dress up like an older elder, witchy, elven version of myself, and like be in garb and have a cloak, you know, and like maybe gray out parts of my hair, or like put black underneath my eyes or something like that. That would be my mystic guardian spider. I have a synchronicity if you want to hear it, about like how, not even if you want to hear, I'm gonna tell you that, like the spider.
I'm gonna tell you how it is.
I'm gonna tell you, the spider has come to me since I moved to Boulder. My energy worker is this woman, Mary, who knew Phoenix, right? And she said, you know, a new totem is coming to you, and that like that totem. I love how I say like the most sacred things on this freaking podcast, y'all. That totem is the spider. And the spider came to me, so like, let's say 6 months ago, right? Like within the last 6 months, the spider is a symbol of creativity. It's a symbol of infinity. It's also a symbol of grandmother wisdom. I love how you said about the web that connects us all, because that's true. And for me, like, as divine feminine and ancient, you know, in my soul being, like that resonance that I carry, I feel like that my power is that grandmother energy, and that's a very non-negotiable part of myself, you know, like that part of myself. I also have the fairy, you know, dimension, which you guys are familiar with, which is like my inner child self. And that fairy self, you know, I was at the Renaissance Festival, skull dressing up as a fairy, taking pictures, running around like a person, because that was like my embodiment. And I just want to say, as you're talking about like showing up in costume, like when I saw that picture and you were like, damn, it was like masculine energy, like in your own way, it was like rah, you know. And it's so powerful for us to like ceremonially dress up in garb, you know, in order to activate. Like when I'm doing a wisdom talk, like I put on my red shawl, and the shawl thing started with Phoenix. Like he was wearing a white shawl, and then I started wearing a white shawl everywhere, and then my mom gave me a red one, and I just started wearing red a lot more anyway, so it just became my like medicine woman garb. And so when I show up in that way, like I show up as like an authority, I show up as, and like that allows me to like activate that part of myself. But yeah, that grandmother wisdom, spider energy for creation, for creativity. And she was also, in the Native American symbology, she wove the alphabet. So she created language, and taught them from the stars, like brought the primordial language down from the stars. And there's a connection to the whales too in that way, with the whales created primordial sound, but the written alphabet is from spider. So and we create media
Wow.
and words, and yeah.
Yeah, we are all spider. We are all carrying the spider medicine. Yeah, if you're creating media, you're very spider-esque. A lot of, especially conscious media. So yeah, that's awesome. And Joseph in the chat was just saying 8 legs also represents eternal wisdom. So I mean,
Yeah.
the 8, the infinity keeps on coming through and stuff. So yeah.
And I find it like with like I just like the last thing I want to say about that is like the beautiful thing about having an activated totem, just to be in general, is like when you're working with a certain energy or spider medicine, it's like a clue. So like if I like here in this apartment that I moved into where I was like moving out of a different environment, there was a spider on the wall. And that's when I was like, all right, listen, like it doesn't not what I thought exactly, but like I knew, you know what I mean? And like that it's like a like talk about the game that we play like in the Matrix. It's like spirit with us, like that unseen reality. It like pops these little symbols in, and like we're like chasing the light, we're chasing those symbols, and like it's like when you're in a video game and you're like, oh, like the mushroom's over there, and like you pick it up and it's like, you know, like go where the little tools are, and then you do that, and then you're on that higher, what did that Abraham Hicks calls it, that high flying disc. So if like you pick those light totems and you follow the symbols, then like you get to go to the next level or whatever.
It's
That's
true.
awesome. Yeah, totally. Keep following those like little signs and symbols and stuff. They're like little like marker points within the game that guide you and stuff. I think it's beautiful. Like there's a whole nother conversation there about like being able to read the language of the universe. You know, I'm thinking about like alchemists and stuff when I'm saying that too. I did just want to say real quick and passing the mic around and anybody after this, and we still got some basic introductions if we're kind of doing those in general for anybody else interested. At this point, it's just kind of also very free, open up, and we'll try to wrap up maybe by 1 p.m. There's a few other things I want to be able to talk about within this broadcast. The importance of dressing up, dressing out, you know, I think is a very beautiful thing. You know, I totally invite and encourage people to dress up. And maybe you don't even need a reason to dress up, you know, like maybe like you can just like dress up and like hang out in your room, like dress like an elf and just like hang out in your room by yourself or something like that, you know, like I've done that. I'm proud of it. Like sometimes, like literally, like the other day, like I literally like just like put on. I was practicing putting on my Spider-Man suit, and then I just like sat there and meditated for a while. Maybe I'll do it again. You know, like maybe it's a pretty cool thing that I enjoy doing sometimes. I don't. It's cool. It's cool, right? So, but what is it about dressing up? You know, and I think it's this idea that like each of us has multiple versions of ourselves. There's like who we are on this earth plane, and then there's like who we are kind of on like this like spiritual plane, and it's a self that we're still creating. But for some of us, it's almost as like there's like a part of us that is still like very already created. And again, I'm not saying it's like a good or a bad thing. It's just some of us who have that, some of us don't. But for some of us, it just seems to kind of like already be there. And again, that kind of comes through when you're in like these places of sacred ceremony where the veils are naturally already thin. So I think it's through ceremony when we are invited to dress up that we allow ourselves to actually like feel a different part of ourselves. And this is why festivals and things like that are really great. You know, festivals, they basically invite that. You know, people show up at a festival not just as like who they are from Monday to Friday or who they are on the weekend, but they kind of like show up as like the activated avatar version of themselves as much as they choose to. And again, you know, like for a lot of people, that's still like something you're discovering. And I think if you're still discovering it, that's beautiful, because that means that you've got a lot of discovering still to go. So have no envy for being able to like see other people who are already dressing out, but at the same time, like be inspired by it. Be like, whoa, you know, like that person looks like they're having fun. I want to be able to have fun too, right? Like I want to be a guy and put on some like eyeliner and like bring out my like ancient Egyptian or something like that too, right? Anybody can kind of like play around with that. So it's one way to kind of like know thyself and to really just play around with creativity. So that's really what I would invite people to think about. So superhero costumes, you know, going to a drum circle and wearing a nice like flowy dress that makes you feel like a flower fairy. Michelle, is there any other thing like related to like sort of like dressing up? Because I feel like that's something that you kind of do.
Yeah. Well, I don't dress up like an elf and hang out in my room lately. But, but now that you mention it, no, but I mean like the vision that I keep getting about garb is like cloak and for ritual. Like it's really beautiful, like I might be hosting a goddess circle actually at my house on Monday, and like it would be really cool to, hey Tori, right on. So it would be really beautiful. Well, here's the thing. So I was thinking, it's so funny, I was thinking like, oh, I'm busy, I don't know if I want to host it, la 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 la, but and it's like, no, I want to create an altar space, but like not only that, like now I want to wear a cloak to it, you know what I mean? Because it's like, take it seriously to be in communion and like show up in ritual. Like that's something that we as ancient, we don't, in modern day society, we don't give ourselves that like space to like really be and connect and allow that like whole embodiment of that ancient self. Like that will help. It helps it. It's almost like a respect to it too, like a respect to ceremony, respect to ritual. And you don't have to either. I mean, you can wear just like normal clothes and still be in the space completely, but it's also a nice thing. It's a tool to put you in the space if you choose. So
yeah, it's a tool. I think that's a good way of looking at it. We look at a lot of things we use within our spiritual practice as tools. You know, like say like someone's like has like a necklace with like an ankh on it or a crystal. Is that crystal necessarily like doing a heck of a lot? Then maybe not necessarily, but maybe at the same time, it's like creating that like little practice of like you kind of tapping into like the magic of whatever that represents to you in a sense. So like, as Michelle's saying, you know, like wearing the cloak and everything like that, like it kind of like just creates that extra invitation for you to like show up with that specific like intention of in some cases ceremony, but in a lot of other cases it's celebration. So like the clothing you wear actually becomes an extension of your celebration. And I think that's there's a whole discussion there, and one that I'm really interested in, about like how we can wear things on us that are an extension of like the light that we represent. And this is why, you know, this is what shift buttons are about. This is why I make like cool necklace and cool like shirts and everything like that. All of those are not just meant to be worn, but meant to be seen as well. So I think there's a whole conversation there about like how like dressing in a way to wear symbols so that other people can see them, so that you can become a portal for other people to talk to you about them and be like, hey, I saw you're wearing a really beautiful crystal necklace. Like, is that quartz or something? And be like, oh yeah, you know, like, thank you for noticing. And then you could open up into a conversation about crystals or metaphysics or dream exploration. And yeah, it's a really simple but effective way. So just being mindful of how clothing and how symbols and how jewelry is a big part of this quest. Absolutely, I think. Yeah. So I think it's pretty cool. I think it's kind of interesting that like we as humans are like the only species that dress up. You know, like it's really kind of like a bit of a privilege when you think of it. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm just picturing at this point like chimpanzees having a very fun time wearing different hats. So I could totally see that. They're just like as an experiment, right? They're just like, there's like.
I think there's some birds that like put stuff on themselves when they're doing like their mating dance and stuff. They like put on certain leaves and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, true. Nature like dressing up and stuff.
That's cool. I think there's some things in nature that do that for sure. There's some animals that have rituals where they like pretty themselves up or they pretty their nest up and stuff.
Totally.
I love it, man. I think it's the best. I wanted to show something. I want to show you guys something. Hold on, I have to screen share real quick. So how you showed me your Spider-Man outfit, man. When I feel like fully myself, when I feel fully empowered, this is like my superhero mode. It's just me in a white gi. And sometimes I'm wearing mullets or not, but it's usually just like a white gi, maybe white pants too. But I'm very, very much into Tai Chi and Qigong. And for me, that's like my superpower, you know, like and share. And it took me so long to feel comfortable wearing my gi in public. It took so much out of me to finally step into that, man. And it was like, I had to don my cape, you know, like Superman had to put on his uniform, you know, like Batman has to put on his uniform before he can go be Batman, you know, like I had to put on my garb before I could step into my like complete healer role, you know what I mean? And I think it's important. It's a lot of psychological things. You know, there was like the Stanford prison experiment where half the students were security guards, half the students were prisoners, and how much it changed their psychology, and you know how different they started to act because of what they were wearing. So it's really powerful, man. And like to go out into society, you know, to go out to like a main city space and to fully show up and to show yourself, or to shift it, to try to change it to a different vibration, like break up the monotony. It's amazing, man. Like, it's super powerful. It's really good practice.
It's a good practice.
Yeah.
I like the way of saying that. So again, you know, like, just reiterating on everything that we've talked about, putting out the shift mission for anybody listening to this to practice doing something like free hugs, and to practice dressing up, dressing out, combining those two if you wish, like as like individual shift missions. Because again, yeah, like sometimes it's like just like dressing up and being out in public, like that can be a very pivotal, like a very important step for some people. And so really just kind of like honoring that. And then you know, like some people are just like ready to jump into the free hugs as well, but it's a very powerful practice. And again, that's a big part of this project, is just like helping discuss and explore the conversations that will inspire people to do these things, because it's a beautiful thing, and it is like very, 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 very super. So sweet. Okay. Anybody else on the Adriano? Go ahead.
I think we should. We didn't get a chance to finish the intros, and I know Brandon's been wanting to speak, so maybe we could let him introduce himself. And I would love to introduce myself too, and let you guys know what I've been up to, man.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's a beautiful thing, is that we do have still a lot more to be able to talk about. So bonus points, everyone, tune into this in the future. Again, thinking of us talking here as documentation of consciousness itself, week to week, a little bit like ongoing story, different and evolving. Michelle, if you're heading out at some point again, just let us know, and we'll keep passing talking. Stick around. So
please stay.
We'll check in with Brandon and see if Brandon would like to take the talking stick next to introduce themselves. Brandon, if you're there, can you hear us? Is Brandon currently there?
Beep once for yes, beep two for no.
I don't believe Brandon actually is at the computer at the moment, so we'll check in with them a little bit later. So Adriano, we'll pass it over to you then, and then there's a couple more updates, but I'll go over those once we pass the talking stick around a little bit more. So Adriano, go right ahead, brother.
For sure, I would love to talk. I've been like bursting at the seams wanting to say stuff.
I would love to listen.
The only reason I say that is because I've been up in the mountains for like a month, just living in nature. And for me, it's all just a pilgrimage. And I do a lot of praying out there. I spend time alone. And I also meet the most incredible people in the world. When I travel out to Yosemite, California, I spend a month in the woods. I've been doing this for the last 2 years. And I feel like I got some wisdom from on high to share. And I think the most important thing, what I learned, is taking it step by step, you know, little by little each day, you know, small practices, small movements. If you do one little thing each day to reach your goals, to keep you on your path, you're doing a good job. You know, even if it's the slightest little thing that you do, if you do it every day, it's gonna accumulate, you know, it's gonna build up. And part of these things that I learned, I met a lot of rock climbers. Yosemite is a very popular spot for rock climbers. And the metaphor for rock climbing, you know, the metaphor of like one thing at a time, one move at a time, and also like overcoming something that looks so big and grand, like overcoming your challenges and just rocking it out, you know, just being patient and looking at your moves and seeing what you have to do and then taking those steps. It's just really great. And these rock climbers that you meet are so brave, and they climb 3,000-foot walls. You know, they climb 3 times the size of the Empire State Building. And for me, it's like the amount of courage and the amount of dedication that takes. These guys are heroes to me. You know, this is like human potential towards the peak. You know, so I think what we're talking about is like stepping into our power and stepping into like how humans could be. You know what I mean? Like our potential is so great, but you got to step into it. You got to grab it for yourself. You got to move towards it. So I don't know. I have so many things to share. I have so many things about teamwork as well. Like also, I mean, we're all on our own sacred journeys, but you know, working together and helping each other on that path and like becoming enlightened together, you know, reaching the mountain peak as a team, you know, reaching the top as a team is like so beautiful and so much more powerful. It's incredible, man. I don't know. I've been on such a great space, and I've been like on heaven on earth. You know, for me, nature is one of the greatest healing places you can go to. So if anybody gets a chance to do it, go spend a week or longer out in the woods, you know, with yourself, with nature, and just listen and pray and do what you have to do. But yeah, I mean, I learned so much about overcoming things and overcoming things together as a team. And I think that's why I love Paradigm so much, because you guys are like my online tribe. You know, they're like, this is the campfire. This is a modern campfire, and I'm hanging out with you guys. And you guys are my family, you know? And I could just share with you. I could share how my journey's been going, and we could all just bounce off of each other. And, you know, the messages get sent for sure, man. Everybody's been talking about stepping into their role, stepping into their power. And it's like, yep, now's the time, you know? It's time to, no more BS. Stop hiding from yourself, you know, step into it. Step into it. Now's the time. I know it's a lot of work, but just do a little bit.
Dude, that's awesome, man. You're definitely bringing back some powerful energies from that. Totally.
Yeah, the mountains. So these walls are giant granite walls, and to me, they're so protective. You know, these like ancient spirits, and these granite walls help. For me, what I noticed, they help pull fear out. They help take fear outside of you, because they're so secure and so massive. So like, I had a lot of nightmares when I was there, but for me, that was good because I was processing things, you know. And I had a nightmare about an old relationship that I thought I was completely done with, but it turns out subconsciously there was some deeper stuff in there. But the mountains just kind of help, you know, yank it right out of me. They're like these magnets, you know, that just pull out the bullshit in your life, and they help you process. And then the beautiful thing is that the less fear you have, you know, the more you can play, the more you can step out into the world and be more yourself. And you're not afraid of anybody. You're not afraid of anybody or anything, because life is to be enjoyed, man. You're supposed to reach out and grab life, you know? And, you know, I started to rock climb. I started bouldering. You know, after I had processed all this stuff, I started to enjoy it more. And I found a rattlesnake, man. I found a wild rattlesnake. I I stepped my foot onto the ground. I was trying to like scramble up this mountain, and a wild rattlesnake, like, you know, warned me. And his lesson, you know, the rattlesnake medicine for me was just take your time, you know, slow down, don't rush, don't try to go too high too quick. You know, you can do it with a team or you can do it by yourself, but just be patient, take your time, take little chunks, you know, take little bits and go on your way. You know what I mean? So a lot of this shifting can be very powerful sometimes. So some days are going to really hit you hard. A lot of energy is going to come flying at you at once, and, you know, it'll take a few days to process, you know. But man, I wish I could take people out there. You know, I want to show people these mountains, and it's such a sacred place. And hopefully I can lead retreats out there eventually.
That's awesome, man. I love Michelle picked up on the nice quotes that you had there.
Thank you.
The less fear you have, the more you can play. Life is to be enjoyed. And the second one she picked up on is the mountains are like magnets, taking fear away from us. That is such a beautiful, just like vision and everything like that. Because I think that's right, eh? Like sometimes, and again, you know, I have to remind myself this too, not just mountains, but like literally just kind of like what nature does to us. You know, you can just like stand in a forest and just kind of be like, ah, you can kind of like feel like the trees just kind of like in the same way, almost like pulling fear out of you in a way. It's almost like reaching, kind of like pulling in a way. Nature heals, like nature just heals. Like when you're in those places of the nature you connect with, and obviously there's lots of different flavors to it. And again, I think, yeah, mountains are very, very, very exciting flavor of nature. Adriano, I was going to ask you, again, reflecting back into like what your intention may be, what do you feel now that you're back from that? What do you feel like you want to create? What do you feel you want to create? Like what messages do you feel you are carrying that you want to be able to like bring back in through like media and something that you can share with other people related like through the Paradigm Shift Central project and beyond? So
yeah, for sure. I know I don't do a good job of like making videos, but these chats help me out a lot. I think the main message I have to bring back is like no fear. Like stop being afraid. I know it's so hard. Like I've had so many fears I've had to break through, you know, and it's easy for me to say it, but I had to go through hell to do it. And I feel like each one of us, our hells might be a little bit different, but just don't be afraid, man. Like just keep moving. keep taking the next step, take the next breath, and just whatever you're going through, man, just keep on trucking, you know what I mean? And like, I see so many people who are just afraid. They're just afraid of life, kind of, you know, like life is there. These amazing experiences are there. There's magic out there. You just gotta go for it. You gotta not be afraid, man. You just gotta take that step, you know, go sing a song out in public, go write poetry, go to an open mic, you know what I mean? Like try to break out of, you know, whatever you think is constricting you, whatever fear that you have that says I'm not good enough, or that, you know, somebody's gonna judge me a certain way. Who gives a damn? You know what I mean? This is for your enlightenment. This is for your spirit to be free. And like the thing is like I've tasted freedom. You know what I mean? And like once you taste freedom, there's no going back. That's it. Like once you taste it, that's what you want. And you want other people to experience it too. And for me, you know, my freedom is being in the meadows out in nature and, you know, half naked, shirt off, you know, running through the meadows like in God's country, you know what I mean? And for some people, that's really wild, you know, to go there, to do that. That seems like out of this world. But I'm like, this is what humanity used to do. This is what we used to do all the time. You know what I mean? So I think the main message I've gotten back from the mountains is to pray a lot and to just be brave. You know, when you're scared and you feel like you can't take the next step, man, just pray your ass off. Like do whatever it takes mentally to prepare yourself for the next move. Because some of the moves are very scary. You know, some of the next steps are big ones, or they're like leaps of faith, you know. But just go for it, man. Just go, and hopefully your wings might open up or you might hit the ground, you know, but at least you did it. At least you tried, and you're trying at life, you know. I see so many people who are just not trying. They're just like stuck. There's so many things going on around them that they can't express themselves fully. They can't be fully themselves, or they can't be fully free because there's so much. They're taking in too much input. They're worried about the input so much that others are giving them, instead of just letting their spirit express, instead of just opening up and being themselves. And like that's when the greatest things happen, is when your spirit is open and free, man. It's tough. It's a battle. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be, you know, hopefully if you're lucky, it might be given to you. But for the most part, you got to put some effort in. You know, you got to do a little bit of work to get that freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just say something about that balance? There's that balance,
Michelle,
our connection to ourself and our higher self, and then also our expression and our relatability with others, so that we can exchange information, right? So there's that, it's like a polarity between those two things. Adriano, I love everything that you said. It is the most beautiful, like divine wisdom, consciousness, masculine, mountains, reflection. I just moved to the mountains, and I feel like you just like taught me how to commune with them in a way that I wasn't really it just gave me a different perception scope of like how to work with them and like understand. And I feel like the frequency, like if I didn't have the weekend I just came through, where like I did go out in nature, I prayed my ass off, and like I really did, brother. And like I felt that same thing about don't stop fucking around. It's now is the time, remove hesitation and be yourself. Like I felt that exact same frequency. So thank you so much for like what you're sharing, because like it's like really resonant and like super grateful, like what is that called, like affirmation, you know, of like I did hear that, and now not only that, like continue to work with us in this way, because I go and I sit in a canyon and I meditate, and I have the walls of the rock climbers, but I'm a girl from the ocean, yo, like, and so like I'm just learning how to work with these frequencies, and they're masculine energy. It's beautiful. And there's really a lot of Tibetan, Boulder, Colorado has a lot of Buddhist, which is all very masculine, very clear. And like, so this is my learning how to step into that and speak to and learn from these frequencies in order to be fully myself and fully here. So beautiful, everything that you just transmitted. I want to listen to it again, because you did speak these beautiful wisdom quotes of like things that need to be, you know, like sat with.
For sure. Like, you know, to me, it's a pilgrimage. I go up there to pray, and I definitely get stuff back, you know. And man, if you get a chance, just go hug a mountain, like go hug a rock, and like they will, they'll give you what you need, you know, like they'll take things out of you too. They'll take out the BS, man. And like, you know, part of the whole climbing thing is like climbing over our obstacles, you know, getting through what's stopping us, being brave, being courageous. And the rocks give you the opportunity to do that, you know?
Wow.
And I just want to acknowledge Michael, because I think Michael's been wanting to talk for a moment. And I know Brandon has too, man. But, you know, I would love to do an interview show with you, Skull, at some time, man. Or like if we could do a little recording or something, because I have so much to share, man. It's like I got some good medicine. And I've been lazy with making my videos, man. And like, it would be cool if I had somebody keeping me kind of in order and check. So maybe we can work something out, man. But
do that. And then also, do we have another podcast like that if you want to like have like an outlet where you can just, you can come on the Way of Conscious Mindfulness too and talk about, because you're talking about working with the stone people and that energy and that.
Oh, right. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, yo. So for sure you should do one with Skull, and you should do one over at the other podcast.
For sure. I have good medicine to share, man. And like, I'm so ready and willing to share it freely. Yeah, it's there for the people, man. Like the people need it. We all need to wake up and stop being so afraid, man.
I think, just getting into what Michelle was saying, the Way of Conscious Mindfulness podcast is what she was referring to there. And check out the Way of Conscious Mindfulness podcast on Facebook, I think is her page, with Paul Boggy. And I was just going to say, because with everything that you're saying there, there's just like one other thing that I think is just like worth adding into the way of seeing things. Again, you know, we're just talking about like, just being like, you know, there's too many people and they're just not like taking those chances, or they're not like kind of like stepping into like that place where they're just like, fuck you, fear, or whatever, something like that. Excuse my language. But again, you know, like I think it's totally important to be able to acknowledge that many people within the community, as part of the story, are in situations where like it can be very challenging for them to like take those steps by themselves. Therefore, the solution is connection, and the solution is a community support, and being reminded again, and you know, this ties in back with like mental health and stuff like that. And again, for me, like having close connections with people who, you know, have experienced their own mental health and everything like that. I know that like, again, you know, sometimes like it's not as simple as to say like, just do it, just step out of your fear, you know, stop being such a, you know, stop worrying so much or something like that. Like it's hard to just kind of say to someone like, stop having social anxiety so much, right? Like that's not really something you can just kind of say to someone. So what happens is the alternative is that you show up as community support, and it is a very gradual process. And it's really just about being able to like hold space over time, and just being able to like reinforce things through your own example, and just allowing them to feel that they are supported. And even in some cases of like a digital community like this, knowing that they're a part of something bigger, knowing that they're a part of a collective, knowing that they're a part of a team, and knowing that they are heard, and knowing that their voice matters and things like that. So, I mean, as much as it is easy for someone to just like be told to like step out there and be their fully authentic self, we have to acknowledge that to be our fully authentic self, to step out of our fear, can sometimes be a process that takes months and months and years of our lifetime as we kind of move into that, which is very much like a part of our journey and everything, and moving through hardships and moving through challenges, and being able to, again, cultivate our willpower through the additional support of community is very, very important. So no man gets left behind is kind of the thing, right? So like, as our job, if we're the ones who are freaking kicking ass, we got to look back down the mountain and reach our hand back and see who needs it, right? Because that's a big part of our mission, is not to just be like, yeah, I'm at the top of the mountain, bitches. Like, you know, just like, or whatever. Right?
No, I totally, like one of the biggest.
I know you know that too, so I'm just reiterating it too. So
one of the biggest lessons I learned is that at the camp that I was staying at, I was praying for companionship. And to me, I thought it would come in the form of a woman, you know, like I wanted a woman companion to be close to me, you know. But I ended up finding this group of rock climbers who like were my best friends. And it was this message of, man, you know, you're going to reach the mountaintop together. You know what I mean? Like when you do it together, you can get so much higher and so much further. And it was like, it's like you said, man, like I met this dude who I felt like was a more free spirit than I was. And he helped me, man. Like he was just like, here, man, like I got your hand, let's go up. You know, like let's do it together. Let's raise the vibration together. So I totally agree, man. Like it's definitely going to be a teamwork thing, man, to get us far.
Yeah. There's a lot of crazy energies that a lot of us are dealing with, and not all of it is like on the front and surface of like, you know, these conversations. And I think these conversations are a portal to very important conversations. And I know, you know, like stay tuned, guys, because there are some very important conversations that we'll be having, you know, in particular related to mental health, but also related to other very important topics as well within the community. But again, just being able to have those conversations, being able to like allow people to be heard, being able to just like slowly do what is needed to as you said, kind of like bring everyone up. And it's that basic visualization that as the water rises, so does every ship. So again, you know, thank you to everyone for being a part of this, and for whatever lessons that each of us are carrying. Those are not just your lesson alone. Sometimes, like sometimes, you know, like sometimes people are carrying lessons so that other people can learn how to show up with compassion to be able to assist other people who are going through their own lessons. You know, it's kind of like with I was thinking about earlier today with my dog Dallin, and I'll just say this and I'll pass it to Michael Pratt. And Michael, thank you for your patience. You know, dogs, when they're like injured, they are very powerful teachers to show us how to show up to assist in a very non-selfish way. You know, like the dog like won't be like forcing us to help them, but it's a situation where like we are like asked by the universe to show up, and in doing so we kind of like learn how to become like better healers. You know, and that term I think is constantly being redefined in a lot of ways. But I feel like that's a big part of what all of us are. All of us are healers. As much as we choose to identify it with is totally based on our free will, but within all of us is the healer of others, the healer of the self. And so, in some ways, it's really just the healer of the self, but you create space for others to be able to step into their own healing, as a whole. So, yeah, healing is a super important topic that we'll get more into later. Michael Pratt, go ahead. You've been holding your hand up for a little bit there. Thank you for your patience, brother. Go ahead. And let me just pull your volume up. You're good to go. Go for it.
My hand wasn't too tired. I just wanted to give a shout out. Bro Tony is in here, aka Sephiroth.
Yo, Tony
is in here.
Hey, really?
I had no idea, you know, he was gonna pop up in here. And okay, so I was gonna say, so for example, I was talking about like people. So the brother Adriano was saying, like sometimes, you know, you have to go out there and kind of just try to not let fear like hold you down, you know, kind of thing. And I just had this image in my head of somebody being pushed into a pool. And you know, and then I was just like, wow, this is gonna come together like a great analogy or metaphor. So when we would look at it like, you know, we were born, you know, we're on Earth. Do you think, now this is just a question, I'm gonna go into something with this, but would you say that we chose to jump in the pool, or we were kind of pushed into the pool, or we were kind of persuaded into the pool?
In terms of like scenarios in our life that can be challenging?
No, just kind of like, you know, how, you know, just like showing up on this planet in particular kind of thing.
Yeah.
Did
That's
we
a great question,
choose to
man.
be here on Earth, or did we just kind of get like put into being on Earth? Is that kind of, are you stepping back to that level?
That's kind of what I'm thinking is like, were we pushed into the pool, or did we choose like, hey, we wanted to jump in?
It's an interesting question. It's an interesting sort of like concept and stuff. But then I think, and I'll let other people jump in on this too, because I think it's an interesting idea to play around with. For me, it goes back right to the idea of the saying, oh, if we were pushed into the pool, whatever pushed us was in some ways still us, even if like the perspective from like the degree of where we thought it wasn't us, thought that it wasn't us. So I mean, I think it's interesting that there will be like some people who kind of like tell that story and be like, I didn't ask to be born. They will say that, but I think it's part of their own sort of like story to find the purpose within their own life. And again, like oftentimes, like we find purpose when we're sort of, you know, sometimes it can be polarized in a place where like we feel as if there's no purpose, therefore we seek purpose, and then eventually it allows us to find purpose. But by nature, I never think that it's purposeless in any way. Michelle, go ahead if you want to jump in. Somebody else is.
So I think it's a rare gift to be in a body. I know that I'm going to say I know for a fact that there are more disembodied awarenesses, intelligences, whatever you want to call it, in the universe than there are embodied ones. And I had an awareness one day about what a sacred, you know, because of that, if you really think about that energetically, is like there are so many consciousnesses or fractals of consciousness that don't have physical embodiment. So the fact that we can have senses and see and taste and touch, and although that there is suffering here and frequencies of pain, I think that when we are in disincarnated state, we're more in that God consciousness, where like negativity, what we perceive as negativity on this earth, is not actually negative. It's just like light and dark. They're kind of the same thing. There's like a Unitarian field about that, you know? So like death, like, you know, to the infinite is not anything, right? So like there's no human emotion, but like here there's that separation and there's that human emotion. So, but I think that that's a rare gift to experience those feelings, that tragedy. And I feel in our highest state of being that we revel in the sorrow and the poetic like tragedy of the beauty, you know, how those things are tied, you know. And I think that that's actually like grace, and like that's passion, that's, you know, and that could just be my super emotional makeup. But I feel that spiritually, I feel like that like it wouldn't exist if there wasn't like reverence for it. Does that make sense? So that's my take on it.
Well, normally I would say a poem or
Tony.
I don't know, but basically it's a poem and it talks about by a godly race, and that it's basically just like this experiment, and it's mirthful, you know, it's humorous, it's an idea to think about, and it's like, you know, but too close they got, and down into it they're pulled into now a world they haven't been schooled, because they've never experienced this before. Never been something that the first person that ever being, I should say, because I don't limit it to just this planet, you know, at some point had to realize that, oh shit, this is all new. You know, so we had to come to terms with it, and it's most assuredly been done. It's already been taken care of as far as being able, like ascended beings and the white brotherhood or what have you, quote unquote, that has come through time after time. And maybe even on a whole scale, you know, we all are part of that, I don't even want to say brotherhood, kinsmanship or family. We'll just say that. That way it doesn't, it's genderless, and, you know, so I prefer to do that, being that I'm transvestite. I don't like limiting gender and shit like that. But yeah, I'm trying to wrap this up though. So yeah, I think that it's a choice. You know, I think it's a choice. It's like, yeah, we did it. You know, it's been done, but I want to ride that ride. You know, I want to ride the Tony ride. So yeah, I think that might be part of it as well. At least that's my own take on it.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, you know, like, I'll just say this real quick and I'm just passing it around. Again, I think it's sort of like the antithesis of like kind of like finding the excitement to be who we are. Again, it goes when we sort of like aren't really sure. We may feel lost, or we may feel like defeated or something like that. But I think we kind of like connect into that excitement when we do sort of look at our purpose, not just of like knowing thyself, but of, again, not just asking what you can get, but what you can give. And I know I've said this plenty of times before, but I think that's a beautiful thing, is even when you just think about like, how can your story help other people? and sometimes again it's like your story of like moving through your own darkness, your story of kind of like going through your own healing and stuff like that. So again, you know, like after that it's just like, wow, okay, I've gone through a lot of my own darkness, yet my own darkness has in ways created more light by my own narrative of moving through darkness, even when I wasn't fully out of darkness, but like being able to share the story of like how I'm moving out of darkness to be able to like create a community and a connection between other people who share this very, very repeating and common story of our intimate relationship to darkness. And so again, you know, like I think darkness in itself is like this roundabout way of actually creating more light, but it comes on the precipice of our free will. And this is where I think like sometimes like darkness can just result in like falling off into more darkness, but it takes like the free will and the supportive community to take something that can be like fragilely formed in darkness to be able to like transform that into something that can be like a very powerful beacon that will help prevent further unnecessary suffering for others in the community in that way. So yeah, again, you know, like I think kind of what we were already saying, it's a very exciting thing to actually be here human at this time. I think there is a very, in some cases, like a very elaborate waiting list to enter into this game. And so if you are here because you are a part of something incredibly bigger than you know, very exciting, very meaningful. All of us have a very important purpose within this, and the purpose isn't just our life alone, it's the story of how our life weaves into the story of those who we are connected with as well. So again, it's very much like, holy crap, like your healing's my healing, my growth is your growth type thing. So yeah, shout out to everyone who is here, and shout out to everyone who is not in the physical body, who's maybe tuned into this. Shout out to my dogs and stuff like that, and grandfathers and grandmothers and children yet to be born, and everyone beyond this present moment in time. So anyways, I'm getting out there a little bit, so bringing it back down. Okay guys, let's keep bouncing around, and Michael Pratt, go right ahead, brother. Let me just pull the mic up. You're good. Yeah.
What Adriana was saying, I mean, I totally agreed. I totally agreed with what he was saying as far as, and it's gonna be different for each person, because I think everybody has their own kind of level of development, where they're at and stuff like that. But I can just share, just like, just find a space. You just got to find a space, just kind of like out in the open. And hopefully the wind is blowing, because the wind, to me, the wind is a spirit. The wind is whatever is animating the wind. There's something there, and you can feel it. And just go out into an open space and just forget about your. I'm not gonna say like undo all your conditioning or constructs or whatever, but what I'm saying is just let go of I have to walk this way, I have to show up a certain way, I have to wear the suit and tie, I have to just put that on the shelf for a little while and just go out and spin in the wind, like you are this this limitless child, this this timeless awesome child, and just spin and go whichever direction you want, and listen to music, and just like you're flying when you're skipping or whatever you're doing. And you do that little bit for the soul, or whatever you want to call it, and it will repay you. It's like, wow, I really needed that. Thanks for not making me study for 7 hours, and sit on the computer all day. and it will think it's like you can talk to it. It's like, you know, it knows. And that's just one of the things that I have found. And when I did that, so when I say, you know, break through your fear and stuff, I mean, it doesn't have to be necessarily, you know, like a hard push, you know, into like 12 feet, you know, pool water or whatever, and you don't know how to swim. I mean, it could be just as simple as that, you know, just give that to, if you want to call it, you know, the soul or the spirit, just give that to that part of yourself, and it will repay you.
Right on.
Yeah.
Cool, Mike. Thank you.
Mhm.
I think I'm just going to read a quick comment here in the chat, and we'll just kind of pass it around to anybody else, and then we'll still, if there's any other like further official introductions that we want to go through, we can still make time to do that before we wrap up the episode. But real quick, 1 second. So I was just saying, Anna in the comment, she was saying, thank you for putting this, not that comment actually. It was about the bodies and stuff like that. She says, we are here to learn how to keep the human body machine as part of our traveling mechanism in light. The human body is eternal, heals. True form is a light body that stays human form, reward for ascension. Flesh is light and blood is spiritual currency. This human machine is a real deal superhero. Many wish to have the chance to attain this true human form. Many who have not begun to incarnate wish they could. So again, you know, like I love the idea of kind of like stepping back and just really looking at the human body as like this advanced form of spiritual technology that is like actually really, really, really sought after in the universe. Like each one of us as a human body is a freaking Ferrari, you know, is this freaking like super high tech spiritual, like space traveling, dimension and traveling vehicle. Like it's not just something that we can walk around with during the day, but it's actually something that like every night when we can go to sleep, we can use as like a launch pad into the other dimensional spaces. So we can still be in the higher dimensional realms and here at the same time, and like eat like guacamole and chips at the same time, and like eat food and stuff. I love food. I feel a lot of souls incarnated just to eat food. So I think we've talked about this before or something. Yeah, okay. So what I want to do, I just kind of want to open the mic to pass around a little bit more. There's a couple updates I just want to get to, guys, and then there's another topic of discussion that I would like to bring up as kind of prelude to bringing it up a little bit later down the road. And some of you guys actually know what I'm talking about in reference to that. And I'd appreciate it if you guys are around to just be able to hold space for that for a little bit longer. So Adriano, when we were passing around last off, it was on your introduction. Was there anything else that you want to share? You were kind of talking about like your intentions of passing on these wisdom keys that you're holding and stuff like that. Is there anything else you just want to share? Passing it over to you. Give me 1 second. Let me just pull the audio up real quick. Go ahead.
Hello, mic check. I wanted to answer Michael's question real quick, as if like whether we were pushed into the deep end or whether we chose to come swim in. I think it's a mixture. My first initial thought was we were pushed in, but only for our own good, because usually when people do that, it's to teach you how to swim. So maybe it's a combination of like what Brandon was saying, whatever pushed us was for our own benefit so we can grow and evolve. That being said, to me, I think Earth is like the best university ever, probably. It's like the highest school that you can go to, but I think you come here to make mistakes and you can screw up here. And, you know, I do believe in reincarnation, and I felt like I've lived lifetimes before, and I'm definitely learning lessons each time I come around. And I'm pretty lucky that like I'm on a nice spiritual path this time around. But yeah, I mean, as far as the wisdom keys that I have, I mean, this whole thing about being brave and being fearless. I mean, you're talking to you're talking to a dude who's like, I've practiced this for a while. Like I've practiced just, you know, I'm pretty physical with it. Like I'm pretty rough. I'm a little like harder. Like my lessons are harder. You know what I mean? Like I'm a tough learner. It's hard for me for something to really sink into my spirit, into my being. So some of my lessons are a little tough. And I understand like the gentleness, you know, like I pray for gentleness a lot. Like I pray for my lessons to come with me in ease and grace. And I'm a big like purveyor of prayer, man, like praying through the hard parts of your life and just getting through, man. And you know, I think spirituality is tough and gritty, you know, like I love the heavenly points. I love when things are blissful and free and unique and beautiful, but you know, in this physical vessel, we feel grittiness, you know, like we feel toughness and we feel ourselves aging sometimes, you know, and I don't know, I like my spirituality with a little bit of grit and truth, you know, like I like to feel my spirituality. I like to really sink it into my bones and into my being. And, you know, with that being said, I think you got to be tough. You know, I'm totally prescribed to like the spiritual warrior mindset, you know. I love peace. I love the practice of peace. I love being balanced and grounded. But you still have to defend that, you know, at certain points, you know, you have to protect something that's sacred. You have to protect something that's beautiful and balanced and peaceful. You know, like being a defender, being a guardian is important as well, because, you know, there are some entities out there that are pretty gnarly, you know, that like something might enter you that's not, you know, that's not going to be an enjoyable experience. You know, it's going to be an entity that you didn't want to interact with. And, you know, if you learn to protect yourself, protect your light, you know, protect your area, you know, be a guardian spirit and to just be balanced in that. I think that's really important, especially because a lot of us, you know, we're all maturing spiritually, you know, and I think it's good to be a tough cookie, you know, it's good to be a spiritual warrior. And yeah, I mean, that's my piece of it, you know, and I think the earth is beautiful. I think there's heavenly realms here, and I think we all are lucky to be blessed, you know, to be here. But it's not an easy ride. It's definitely a tough one. So hopefully we all have a lot of fun with it and definitely make it easier for one another. You know, like it's so much better together, you know, for sure.
Totally, man. Totally. That's awesome, dude.
Sorry, I have so much. Like, I really wish I could say. I just don't want to ramble and keep on going on, man.
It's all practice, man. Babble on.
Yeah.
We are the Skull Babylons. Skull babbling on. No, man. I'm happy that you're excited to be able to share, because I think, I can feel that, you know, you're kind of tapped into that infinite source. So just put a microphone in front of you and you could talk for a while, I'm sure.
Yeah, you know, like for me, going out into nature is a pilgrimage, and one of the biggest things I did was to go pray for my father, because, you know, he's older now and I love him so much. And I feel like I went to the mountaintops to get closer to source, to get closer to spirit, so I could vouch for the people that I love and show like, here, like I'm putting in all this effort and this work and suffering so that my prayers can be heard. So so I could be closer to that vibration, which I believe is like a higher vibration, you know? And it's work, man. You know, it takes practice and effort to get there, you know? I've been on this path for quite a minute now. So it's, you know, I'm definitely reaping a lot of rewards. Like I'm reaping a lot of manifestations that I put in, you know, like the intentions that I set years ago are starting to finally give me fruit. And I'm seeing how it all works out. And it's so beautiful and it's powerful, man. We're such powerful beings, you know, we're such powerful beings, man. And accepting that and working with that is a lot of fun.
Yeah. Again, you know, when you get into this habit of like kind of like being a dream weaver, like manifesting and being able to, like, as you said, see your manifestations in action, I think is a very reaffirming thing. You're just like, oh, like this is working, you know, like, but you're right. Sometimes there's the element of patience. So, I mean, if you're planting those seeds, then, you know, just like patience. And be specific, like be really specific. I had to learn that. Like I used to ask for things and I would get them, but it wasn't exactly what I wanted. You know, it was like asking the genie for the wish, but you weren't really specific on what you wanted. So he gave you like a version of it, but not exactly what you asked for. So like you have to be real specific with your intentions, and you have to make sure that the things you want are truly what you want and are truly beneficial for your higher being, you know. And that can be a lot of fun and tricky as well. Word, man. Word. Yeah. Sweet, man. Well, I definitely look forward to just being able to like collaborate and figure out like ways of excuse me, how we can sort of like alchemize your inspiration into like art and things that we can share with other people to help inspire them further. So
I would love to, man. I would love to. I do a little bit of I do a lot of journaling, and I just like I make sure to have I remember a lot of the important lessons, you know, so I definitely have them to share with people. So I mean, even just the people listening and hearing, like I feel like whoever's getting the message right now is in the right space for it. They're ready to receive what I'm offering, you know.
Word, man, word.
Yeah.
Sweet,
Thank
man.
you guys, man. Thank you for being here, man. Yeah.
Awesome, man. Sweet, guys. All right. So with that said, checking in, it's about 1:20 right now. Again, reminder for those of you who are just like, wow, who are all these awesome people from across the world? I want to be friends with them. You can do that. You'll be able to check the show notes afterwards, and we'll include links for as many people as we can who are included as featured shifters within this broadcast. So, like I said, there's a few things that I want to be able to touch base on, guys, related to just kind of like basic like website stuff. And then in particular, like another topic that I want to get into that we've talked about before. And I feel getting into it now within the full moon is kind of just being able to like see where the conversation goes, almost as practice, knowing that it's something that we're going to talk about a little bit later. And it's like not the easiest thing to talk about, but that's why we're going to practice talking about it as community in a like respectful, mature, and conscious way. Before we get into that though, relative to the main website, and just inviting you guys to be reminded that using the website is now at a point where I invite you guys to, again, bookmark the main website, either paradigmshiftcentral.com or live.paradigmshiftcentral.com, and make a habit of hanging out there during the day. And then during the day, if you're on there during the day, then that means like we'll be able to collaborate together, and especially on some of like the getting people synced up with some of the new paradigm shift teams. And so the paradigm shift teams, and I'm not going to explain this too much in detail, we've talked about it in the past broadcast, but also get the basics of it. Paradigm shift teams are small teams in the Paradigm Shift Central project that are assigned to specific tasks. And so in particular, some of the teams that we currently have active are the music team, the animation team, the mobile app development team, and also the new ones, which are activated as of this week, the conscious articles team and the reality encyclopedia team. Each one of these teams on the main website, if you go to the main website and then up at the top menu, you'll see shift teams there, and I'll post the links into the live chat so people can join. Each of the shift teams people can check out, but in particular the conscious article team is one that people can join, and these are small teams, and each team has its own section of the website that is equipped with its own forum, its own like blog posting relative to like what it is that you're creating, and also its own like video chat and imagination board and online events to be able to synchronize as well. And yeah, I invite you guys to check out, in particular, the Conscious Articles team, because I want to be able to let people know that that team is open so that people can join that one, and potentially anybody on the website who is making articles can do that. And that's a good place where you guys can practice brainstorming and sharing ideas and being able to cross things over. So 1 second. So we'll get more into the details about the teams later. I'll probably have to do some like individual videos and stuff there, but just send me a message if you're interested in being on any of the teams mentioned other than the Conscious Articles team, because you can join that right away and get into posting and make a habit of that. And then the Reality Encyclopedia team is going to be a team who's helping build the Reality Encyclopedia, which is an encyclopedia that we're going to have for the website, which will be a very cool resource of information and data that will help be almost like an introductory relative to a lot of important topics to our multidimensional nature. So, you know, they can go there and they can learn a little bit about what astral projection is, a little bit about what the concept of yoga is, what some of the symbolisms are, what Merkabas are, what toroidal fields are, and, you know, like what sacred geometry is, and even like things related to, yeah, lots of different stuff, really. So that will be built over time. And again, just putting that out there that if people want to be involved with the Reality Encyclopedia, please send me a message. And we're organizing these things slowly over time. But now that the main website is pretty active, you guys can message me there during the day. But again, make a profile for free on the main website. And that also gives you access to the quest journals and creating conscious articles, which again is how you play the game. So, yeah, so I'm just thinking if there's any other updates that we want to get into at this point. Other updates, just in general, in terms of my own creative practices, I mentioned on the Friday of recent week, we did a paradigm shift open microphone, and that was a really cool experience. We had some people like reading poetry and stuff, and I was actually playing around with my looper and everything, and I'm going to be doing that a little bit more, which is like the pedal with the microphone that loops sound back, but you can make really cool harmonics with it. I posted some videos on my YouTube. You guys can check them there. But that, for me, again, in sync with my activation into kind of like this new parts of myself, being able to express myself through the looper and through the music has actually been like a really exciting thing for me, because I'm getting into this new space of creating music, which is like something that I haven't fully ventured into yet. So being able to create like my own background beats with like conscious freestyle flowchart over top of it. Stay tuned. Again, I'll be posting up more about that in the future.
No, that was a pretty good British accent.
What was that?
That was a pretty good British accent.
Who had a British accent where? I missed it.
Well, I listened to some of your the thing you were doing with the mixer.
Was I doing a British accent at one point?
That was a British.
I guess so. I am half
mean,
British.
if it wasn't British, what would it be?
I don't know exactly which one you were talking about, but
it was this one where it was like, I'm one with the Force, and the Force.
Oh, okay, that's the one I was talking about. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's just kind of like Force accent or something. I don't know. I don't know what it was.
It sounded English to me.
It sounded a little bit like something. So yeah, it was meant to just kind of be like sort of like tribal in a way, monkish, Jedi-ish.
Oh, okay.
I'm one with the Force, and the Force is with me. Yeah, I guess there was kind of almost an accent to that. So, cheero. But yeah,
you know, Pratt is British, so you know.
There you
appreciate
go.
That.
There you go. Yeah, shout out to all the British people or half British or anything. So sweet. Okay. I'll be honest, guys. I'm getting a little bit tired now that it's getting later into the broadcast, so we're not going to be going for too much longer. But I did just wanted to be able to, because I know Michelle actually dropped out because her computer died, and I was really hoping to have her around for some of the conversation. But again, what we're going to do is we're just going to kind of like mention it, not get too involved with it, but at the same time create the invitation for people to be involved with the conversation that would be coming later related to it, so that more people can sync up with that. Other than that, though, I just wanted to check in again with like Ashley, Michael, or Tony, if you guys want to do like a introduction version, like saying some form of introduction or updates that you guys might want to share. Michael already talked a little bit about the article and stuff, but again, just passing the talking stick. Does anybody, do either of you guys want to do like any sort of formal or informal introduction to share your story with the shifters and what's new and exciting? No worries. Okay, cool. So, oh, who just opened the mic? Was that?
I think that was me. I don't know if you can
Tony?
hear me or not.
Yep. Tony,
Well,
we can hear you.
my system's been messing up, so I'm trying to
Oh, no worries.
wrap it up kind of quick. It's going to start skitzing out on me again. But yeah, I did the full moon ritual last night, and that was really awesome. I pasted a small suggested ritual on one of the conversation chats. I think it's the group that Ashley started, the listening tree. Shout out for that one. It's a pretty cool little conversation. But yeah, I went outside, and of course it was kind of stormy last night, but that's my time of year. You know, I love storms. Even in my magic journals and my rituals and stuff like that, that's the best time for me to do spells. You know, just during storms. I guess I like them. I don't know. It's just, it seems like it resonates with me as far as that energy goes. You know, the lightning and there is an orderly chaos to it. You know, so I think maybe I'll resonate with that or something. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I really like how that one of the boys said that, you know, he's like, I don't want to say on fire, but like, you know, a hardcore spiritualist, basically. I like that. I think that's cool, you know, that you can stand up and, you know, be a spiritual person like that and stand in your own integrity and say, this is my life. This is how I live. If you don't like me, if you don't like spirituality, if you don't like witchcraft, then why are you talking to me? That type of thing. But it looks like this thing's already cut out, so I'm gonna have to wrap it up and keep it short.
That was good, Tony. That came through loud and clear. So perfect. Thank you, Tony. I did just want to say within the introduction, we were just inviting people to add any intention that they have, you know, kind of synced up with the full moon. Is there any intention that you want to put out there for the team, for the dream?
Harmony, universal, orchestral harmony, where everybody's playing their own song, but it's all part of one beautiful, or everybody's playing their own instrument, but it's all part of like one beautiful song. You know, they've all got their melodies, but it all comes together. So harmony.
Beautiful, beautiful, awesome. Thank you, Tony. Thank you for joining. Very cool.
Thanks.
One song, yeah. And again, you know, I love that simple metaphor of just like all of us playing our own instruments. So tune your instrument, show up, and be a part of the beautiful universe that we are a part of. So cool, awesome, guys. All right. Did Ashley or Michael wanted to add any of their own intentions during the full moon? Michael, go ahead.
Oh, was this going to be an introduction?
As
well?
What are you feeling?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, as far as introduction, I just want to say I haven't been able to do anything like this for a while because I've been in college, and it's kind of hard. I mean, you do have some free time, you do have some downtime, but it's like with college and keeping everything up is kind of like I don't have much time to, like, you know, so I'll be off for a little while, so I'd be able to do things like this and stuff like that. As far as intentions, I'd really just like to let's see. Put out some intentions in the world for the collective, for people to, if they could, you know, for a little while, you know, just go, you know, for, let's see, just go for a little while, you know, without harming each other, and if they can do that, hopefully not being an asshole to each other either. If we can do that, I think that would be, you know, I'm not saying, you know, a utopia is going to happen, but I'm just saying, just get along a little bit better. You know, if we could have that, you know, in the world, would be pretty
cool, man. Cool. Awesome. I think it's just because, again, it just kind of like synced up there, but like the idea of you're just saying, be like, try not to harm each other, harming each other. And then like literally Tony was just like, it's just like, yeah, we need more harmony. And so it was just kind of like weird how like the word harmony and the word harm, like they're in each other in a way. So it's like anything that's one thing is the opposite of it as well. It's kind of interesting, sort of like polarizing aspects of the word.
Oh yeah.
Harm.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
No, neither did I. Like when we talk about harmony, we don't really think of the word harm within harmony. But like, what does the word like harm even mean in a sense? Because it's
harmonic.
It's related to harmonics. It's related to like, to harm something is to kind of like shift its harmonics so that it isn't necessarily in harm mode or something. Oh, it's weird, man. English language is like, I swear, sometimes it's like backwards, but that is also because it's like forwards too. It's a paradox. Okay, sweet. So Michael, thank you for your full moon intention.
Oh, sure. Yeah, okay. Well, I just wanted to add something here. Okay, so this is something you can do. I don't know if anyone knows this or does this. Okay, when you do something, when you express joy, or even dancing, say if, you know, I wouldn't wish this, you know, to anybody, but if somebody's sick or something, going over and kind of, you know, and it's going to be different for each person, they don't understand, but and being, you know, overly expressing, you know, how sad you are for them. It may be how you're feeling, and it may be true, but if you really wanted something that was actually going to heal, actually healing for them, it'd be better to just to dance, you know. When you express joy, when you do something that expresses joy, when you're singing a song, or it's rapping, or whatever is playing an instrument, when you're expressing joy, it's not necessarily that you just feel that, but it's almost like they call it the morphic field or whatever it is. It's like that goes out to people. You know, somebody could be sick somewhere, somebody could be having a child, somebody could be, you know, have a disease somewhere. It just goes out to those people, and for a brief second they're like, they just feel, you know, this feeling of joy, and you might not even know the person. But when we talk about this connectedness, what this means, when we express this joy, it goes out and other people are able to feel it if they choose to feel it. You know, and so it goes out. So when I say that, you know, about, you know, I would like, you know, for people to not harm one another, and to hopefully not be mean to each other either. You know, I want to send that out, you know, expressing that and sending that out, where that travels to, you know, each person. So, okay. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Ripples create waves, right?
Right.
Fractal nature. So it's very fractally. So
Has anyone heard that before though?
yeah, different like variations, different ways, but absolutely. Yeah.
So it's not necessarily that you just feel it, but it goes out and other.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Adriano, you're about to head out, eh? Do you want to jump out now? I was gonna say we were literally just gonna yeah, I was gonna just kind of like bring up the topic that we were talking a little bit about before the broadcast. I wasn't sure if you wanted to like stick around with that at all, Adriano, since kind of you knew a little bit of it was. Hold on, your microphone's down. I gotta pull it back up. Say again.
I'm pretty tired. I think it's a heavy subject.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm like, just kind of like, is it fair to like talk about it without being awake enough to talk about it?
I think it's a subject that you might want to save when we're in like full power.
And that's what we're going to do.
Just talk about all this joy.
We're going to mention the fact that it'll be talked about later. So yeah, it won't really be too much to talk about.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't mind adding in if you want to say a little something. I don't mind adding my 2 cents in, man.
Yeah. Word. Sweet. Sweet. Okay. Just checking in. Was there anything else that anybody else wanted to jump on the mic to share? I'm not sure. Ashley, was there anything you wanted to share? If you want to jump in, if not, you can just let us know in the chat. That's cool.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. We can hear you. Welcome.
Well, first of all, thank you for that shout out to Veda. She's gonna love that later. I love a lot of the stuff that Adriano is talking about, and just stepping out and being your authentic self. It's something I've definitely been working on. And everything everybody else is talking about is just awesome. You guys always speak things that I think, you know, straight from my heart. So there's really not much else for me to say except for I love you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Ashley. And thank you, Veda. We love you guys. Cool. Awesome.
Sure.
Sweet. Okay. So, yeah, again, guys, just kind of like touching base with you guys, in terms of the future of the Paradigm Shift Central project, just be sure to check in on the main website. That's the best way to kind of get notifications, is just kind of like bookmark the website and go to it and just kind of like be there, be present for it. And then you'll see like the schedule online, and to jump in the chat and create your profile and to get involved with the teams during the week, and to get creating and practice creating and hanging out on voice chat and stuff. And yeah, stay tuned for the schedule. Like I said, presumably next week we'll be doing another hangout, but there may be a specific theme around it. And I'd like to get back into doing some dream classes, and as well as doing a global story meditation, which will be happening presumably next full moon, opposed to this full moon. So okay. So again, guys, just going over some basic stuff, just reminding you guys that this project is made possible thanks to the monthly contributions through the Patreon. And the Patreon is a monthly micro donation where people can contribute $3 to $5 a month to be able to help support the ongoing evolution of the project and the time and energy that goes into producing the back end and the ongoing broadcasts and all sorts of amazing, inspiring, conscious media about it. So you can check out patreon.com/Brendan Culleton, add your support, and in doing so, you also get the Shifter Booster Kit, which comes with shift buttons and free hug signs and awesome potent tools to be able to help hack the matrix and accelerate the shift where you are. So keep working towards our next monthly team milestone. We're going to be aiming for 900, which will be our next one. And stay tuned for that. I'm going to put some more focus into raising the team funds, because again, the team funds are literally for everyone in the project and everything, and the more we have from that, the more that we have to share. So anybody who's able to sign up for that in the future is greatly appreciated, and thank you again to the Patreon supporters for being able to contribute in that form. So okay, guys, so what I want to do, like we've sort of alluded to, there's something that is on the radar that is something that will be talked about in more depth in a later broadcast of Paradigm Shift Radio. But at this point in time, it is near the end of the broadcast, and things are getting, again, you know, like I know for a fact that I'm tired. So that's part of the reason why we just want to be able to like honor the seriousness of the topic so that it can be talked about later, and so that other people can be a part of it too as well. But basically, this is a topic that has been alluded to within previous broadcasts leading up to this one in different forms, and it's related to scenario within the conscious community, within the spiritual community. And some of you may have sort of like got wind of this story. And at this point in this broadcast, we're actually going to leave names out of it. Simply because we're just going to do that, and then if the names are going to be mentioned, they will be mentioned in the future. But the story that has been brought to my attention not too long ago, earlier in April, is when it first got brought to my attention, and it's a very important story. And trigger warning getting into this. This is this is the topic that we were talking about here, is related to sexual assault. And so sexual assault isn't just something within the spiritual community, it's something within culture, it's in something of society. And so that is why that, like, through being able to create dialogue about it, we're also being able to create space for people to be heard, for people to be able to process their own healing with the supportive community, and also to be able to be inspired through people being able to share their voice, especially in circumstances related to sexual assault, where so many people are remaining silent and sometimes like remain silent out of like their own will. And so what has happened, again, without actually getting into full details, and again, this is something that I've kind of alluded to. Some people know what the full details are here, but we're just mentioning it now so that it can be brought up later. Down the road, and I'll just say this first and then I'll talk about it in a second. Down the road, I actually want to do a Paradigm Shift Destiny School class, a topic specifically related to like healing from sexual assault, or like processing, alchemizing sexual assault, something about just kind of like creating a place where it can be talked about as community, talk about like what these experiences have done to people, yet also being able to like bring in more accountability within the community with the intention to help prevent these scenarios from repeating. That is like a big part of it. And again, to be able to give empowerment to those who are being able to share their voice related to this discussion. So what has actually happened within the community is that not too long ago, there was a person in the community who shared a blog post, and this blog post was about an experience that they had with another person who is, and I'll just say this, and again, without using names, even though this is like very obviously pointing towards certain people, for those of you who are able to figure it out, then I think you can figure it out, but related to someone who is very prominent within the spiritual community, and someone who, again, a lot of you guys would probably like recognize. But this other person who wrote this blog post wrote up a post talking about how they were raped by this person. And so this blog post is actually online. This blog post can be read. And if people want to read the blog post, they can go to theghost.wordpress.com. But ghost is actually spelled G-O-H-S-T. So it's spelled not how you normally would spell ghost. It's the THEGOHST.wordpress.com. And so again, this blog is starting to get around. It's starting to just kind of like make its way around the conscious community circles, and people are starting to get word about it, and people are starting to connect the dots. And again, there's a lot of different angles to this. First of all, the person who is sharing this story is a friend of mine. And so like they've kind of come to us and they're saying, you know, like, can you help get my story heard? And so like what we are being able to do is being able to create a conversation, and at some point, if they want to, they can be a part of this future conversation. But again, like the big themes in this are related to again, addressing the fact that like this is something that has happened, being able to hear from like the people involved with it, being able to hear from the person who has written this blog post, and not just them, but being able to hear from anybody who perhaps has been, you know, who has experienced sexual assault, and being able to like have these conversations that are, again, it's hard to say, like the intention is coming together as a community, and the intention is creating that sacred space, and the intention is to, again, being able to help like prevent sexual assault from recurring as a repeated pattern. Because the only way it would recur as a repeated pattern is if we chose not to acknowledge it, if we chose not to look at it, if we chose not to bring accountability into it. So there's a lot of different discussion topics related to this, related to accountability for the perpetrator, and related to empowerment for the person who was perpetrated. And again, you know, like I don't want to just say like victim. People, if they feel comfortable using that word, that's okay. But again, you know, it's like perpetrator and perpetrated, if those are kind of the best words. Again, within the discussion, maybe there's better words that we can discuss as a team. So this is a very real topic. And again, you know, it's something that I feel is very close for a lot of us, because I feel a lot of us, whether we know it or not, know people who have been, you know, who have experienced sexual assault. And unfortunately, it is all super way too common of a thing. And especially, you know, the presence of it within like a spiritual community. And sometimes it can hide behind sort of like the jargon and sort of like the sort of facade that can be created and put off as like spirituality. You know, like people get into this idea of like, you know, talking about like sexual healing and healing through sex and everything like that. And again, this isn't a new story. People hear about these all the time of like, you know, spiritual gurus who would like manipulate people. And a big part of this topic is also the topic of coercion versus consent. And so the context of within this particular story, this particular circumstance, is that the person, and again, I almost don't even want to say like gender, but yes, it is a male and a female. The girl in the situation, like she was like emotionally very fragile. And then the other person, the male who was with them, they basically kind of like came into the space, and the person was saying, you know, I just want to be alone. Please leave me alone. And the person was like, you know, well, I can continue to like be here and I can help you and I want to help you. And then again, this is me just kind of not fabricating, but just kind of paraphrasing. But again, even though my words aren't going to fully do this justice, right? But it's just kind of painting the general story from what I've heard as based on my best interpretation of like the knowledge presented to me and everything like that. And so again, it's the basic aspect of what has happened is that this person said no repeatedly, multiple times, and then the other person kept asking, and then eventually the person said yes, but only because, again, they were just like so fragile and so kind of like emotionally like broken and everything like that. And so sex took place and everything like that. And then again, it's this basic idea that there's this whole aspect to the story about how it's gone through police investigation, yet eventually it got turned down from police investigation because the girl eventually said yes. And based on like the way how legal stuff works, if the girl said yes, then technically it wasn't rape, even though she said yes as a result of coercion. So again, this is like an all too common thing, but again, it's that idea of like coercion is not consent, right? So there's big conversations to be had relative to this topic as community. And I feel that as Paradigm Shift, we have the opportunity to be able to have a conversation that can be heard by others, that can invite others to be a part of it, and that in a way will make a difference. It will be heard, it will make a difference, it will ripple out into the community, with, again, the intention being to help prevent these circumstances from repeating themselves by bringing more accountability into place and everything. And again, you know, like there's this whole conversation about like forgiveness and how forgiveness plays in. There's a conversation about the perpetrated going through their own healing. There is about, you know, the lessons that we're learning as a community. And you know, like, as much as some people might not want to hear it, there's even like the voice of like the perpetrated and the perpetrator, and what if it goes to this, like what their perception of this is, which again can be a very sort of polarizing thing. And that's where something where I'm asking the community to sort of like assist in helping create this sacred space for these discussions. If it goes to that, at this point, bringing the perpetrator in would not be my first plan. I would not plan to do that. I have talked to them kind of on the side a little bit. And again, like it's a very complicated situation. And for me, I want to do my best to be able to like support my friend. And that's a very like important thing to do. And again, it's challenging because like you want to be able to like see the whole story, and yet you're not picking sides, and yet you're trying to create an outcome where down the road everyone continues to move forward, yet with there still being an aspect of accountability, an account of responsibility. So it's a very complex scenario. It's a very real scenario. It's a microcosm of a macro. And by talking about one scenario, where we are in many ways talking about lots of other scenarios. So again, for those of you who've been tuned into Paradigm Shift, you know that talking about like the stuff in the gray, in the black, in the shadow is something that is important. It's something we've talked about before, because again, it's like that's what the light guardian will do. They will shine the light on like those dark parts where other people don't even want to look at. And yet in doing so, that's where you kind of like see the parts of yourself that need to be worked on, that need to be healed, that need to be grown, patterns that need to get, you know, upgraded or replaced, or, you know, just entirely reconstructed and everything. So yeah, there's a lot to that conversation. So again, what we're going to be doing down the road, as for the exact date, I can't say when, but I want to be able to have like a specific broadcast about like, you know, like community healing related to sexual assault. And so if people who are listening to this are just like, okay, that's either something that I want to talk about, or maybe a friend of mine might want to be a part of that, you just keep your ears open, because I want you guys to be a part of that. And again, you know, like it's a meaningful topic to me. It really is. And for a lot of us, it's a topic that is very close to home, unfortunately. And again, you know, I want to be able to help as a community look at the ways of, especially as a person who has been perpetrated, of how we as community can be able to like help create paths for their healing. You know, it's always going to be different, but it's possible. It's absolutely possible. And again, you know, the girl, for her speaking out and for her sharing her voice, I know is very inspiring for other people who have also, you know, been perpetrated through sexual assault as well, male and female as well. So again, guys, stay tuned for that. We'll be doing a future broadcast about that. It would presumably be through Destiny School. And if you're interested in being a voice in that conversation, let us know. And in the meantime, I would just encourage you to check out that blog post. And again, the ghost, GOHST.wordpress.com. Read it, think for yourself, just get the information in front of you. And that way more of us will be on the same page. And if you do have any other questions, you're welcome to ask me in general. So again, at this point in the Hangout, we only got a few of us left in the Hangout. We're going to be wrapping up soon enough, but I just wanted to pass the talk to stick around to you, anybody here. Adriano, did you want to, or Tony, I think, or who wants
I just wanted to say something real
Tony,
quick before my connection goes off. I'm
Okay,
having
Tony, go ahead,
technical difficulties. I have been a victim of it. Not very many people knows about it, and it's something I don't really bring up a whole lot, but I have been a victim of sexual assault. And at times I blamed myself. Don't ever do that. It's never, ever, 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 ever your fault. Ever. I don't care how you dress. I don't care how you're acting. I don't care how much alcohol you've had in you, if you've had any. It's never your fault. The person who's committing the act, they have the choice to stop whether they want to. That's the person who's actually to blame. And that's all.
Tony, thank you for sharing that with us. And yeah, again, you know, like it's like, I think that's the thing is, like, once the conversation is like, once that circle is created, I think, you know, a lot of us will kind of like come together and we'll just be like, holy crap, you know, like this is so, like, it's been there all along, and we just haven't sort of like lifted up the carpet to see it, kind of thing. Which is, you know, again, it's just been shoved under the rug, culture-wise. Michael, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say, I have as well. Oh, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
Oh, okay. Did you catch that? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we heard
Yeah,
that.
I have as well. With my situation, it's interesting because there's kind of a spiritual aspect where something, I don't know what it was. Now, I still did. I mean, it was nearly. I about nearly experienced, I guess, you know, what that was like. But somehow there was something around me. I don't know what it was. I don't know. Some people would say angels or whatever it was, that at least for that situation, the way it happened, it didn't scar me. I still, you know, went through some healing, you know, and stuff after that, but it didn't scar me. And then I went and saw a shaman lady years and years later, because I was just like, you know, I don't want this, whatever this is, you know, hanging around me. And that's one of the things is, you know, you don't ever want to blame yourself for something like that. And it's and it makes you certainly want to point fingers and say this person is, you know, evil or whatever. And sometimes you got to look at it as like, you know, maybe, you know, each person, you know, maybe was created, you know, with high potential to do beautiful things, but sometimes, you know, they may just have gotten lost or something. But I think it's really good that you brought this up. It's interesting that you picked a Scorpio full moon to do this, because it's weird kind of with this sign Scorpio, is they like to look, you know, it's like looking at the things that, it's not necessarily that nobody wants to look at, but it's just looking at things that are in the dark, you know, things that are uncovered, things that are, I guess, you know, you know, in the shadows. And by you talking about this, by you bringing this up. I mean, it gives people hope, but it's also kind of like each one of those people that have experienced something like that, it's like they have a crowd of ravens, you know, now surrounding them. So next time somebody comes out and doing something like that, it's like, oh wow, you know, we've got, you know, so and so, not only have they been through this, but it's like we're this together kind of thing. So that was just kind of a weird vision I had of a raven. But yeah, so I think that it's, you know, sometimes it can be difficult to talk about certain things like that, and it'd be great to live in a utopia, and it'd be great for everybody to be in harmony and get along in certain things and not have things like this happen. But if they do happen, it's just kind of like, you know, shining a light on it and talking about it as much as you can. So it's like, it can be prevented, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So that's just kind of what I say.
Yeah, Michael, thank you as well for sharing what you mentioned in the beginning there, and just everything else after that as well. So
oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, just talking about it kind of, it allows us to sort of, I know, again, in some cases, for those who've been perpetrated, they can feel very isolated, and it allows people who may be feeling isolated to feel less isolated when they, again, simply are able to hear other people openly talking about their experiences. It by osmosis gives them permission to talk about their experiences. And I think it's naturally through talking about these experiences that we're able to see them, that we're able to heal them, that we're able to process them, and that we're able to move through them and beyond them, and to not have them as this thing that just constantly continues to pull us down. You know, I think believe me, I've had plenty of time to think about this, you know, like why, you know, because again, if we're really stepping back here, and again, we'll have to save some of this conversation more for another time, but if we're really stepping back here, even to what we were talking about earlier, be like, okay, like the soul like chooses to be here and everything like that, like would a soul like choose to be perpetrated through sexual assault? Would it choose this? You know, and if so, like, why would it choose this, right? Like, why would it choose like such pain and such suffering? This isn't a be all end all answer, but again, what can often happen is that sometimes a soul can like choose to have this experience so that their story can actually be a beacon for others to be able to help them through their own similarities of that experience. So, you know, if someone such as like this goes through an experience of being raped, can come out and can share their story and can have like an inspirational message behind it and everything like that, then that can be very powerful for other people to hear. And sometimes like that, if you're looking for a purpose as to why, like sometimes it's because like your story is bigger than your own. Your story as to like why you experienced as a soul who was raped is so that you can reach, you know, like 10, 15, 50, 100 other people who are also seeking that sense of hope through their own darkness. And sometimes your story can be that light. Sometimes your story can be that beacon of hope. It's very complicated, I know, and again, it's just something that I just want to be able to have a conversation with as a community. So I did just want to say is that my friend who is actually tuned in and listening to this broadcast, so again, like this is everything that's happening is like with their knowledge and with their, you know, like permission as well, including like the not giving the names just yet. The names will come out eventually. They have kind of come out, but there will be more next time we do this. Presumably it will be mentioned. But they just wanted to say thank you to Michael and Tony for sharing your guys' stories. So like they heard you guys. So even just right now, you know, they're just like thank you, like thank you for sharing that, you know. And especially they said Tony was just saying in reference to what you were saying. They said it's never the victim's fault. Thank you. So yeah, I think that like, again, right, like that's like a huge sort of like processing part of like what it happens to a person who has experiences that of just like going through the process of like understanding that it wasn't their fault. because it's so easy to sort of be like brought into that. Again, what my place is on all this talking about it, have I been sexually assaulted in my lifetime? No, I have not. Have I had loved ones who have been sexually assaulted in my lifetime? Yes, I have. So like I personally have the experience of like when this person came to me, you know, I saw it as an echo of someone who I love dearly as well, right? So it's just like, okay, like, you know, like if this person's coming, like I want to be able to help them as if they were like my beloved in that sense, you know, because it's equally valid. And so again, you know, like I've meditated long and hard about like how this can sort of happen in terms of like how this conversation can kind of be brought into the community, and how this story in particular can also be used to help bring more attention to this topic. Not that we're like trying to get it into attention, but at the same time, that's part of the conversation. Does the bigger community have the right to know that this happens? A lot of people say yes. A lot of people say absolutely yes. So again, you know, there's more to this conversation. It's just bigger than what we have to talk about right now. But again, what I wanted to do right now is just kind of create a little bit of a container for it, an intentional container, which is what we'll be doing a little bit more in the future as well. And just yeah, as we said, this has kind of been alluded to in previous broadcasts, like leading up to this. So for those of you who are intrigued or interested, or, you know, just like wanting to be a part of this conversation, then yes, thank you for helping us hold space together. Just want to pass the mic, talking, and stick around, guys. We'll just kind of like wrap up on this topic, knowing that we'll talk more about it later, and then we'll get close to the end of the broadcast, and then we'll be wrapping it up pretty soon. Did anybody else want to say anything? Adriano, pass it over to you. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Is my mic level okay? Okay.
You're good. Check. Go ahead.
I'm not too well versed on the subject. I do have a loved one very close to me that did get assaulted growing up. They're still working on uncovering that and dealing with it. I did date a girl who was very into rough things, is the best way I could put it. She liked it really rough, and to the point where it was scary for me. Like it was, you know, she's asking me to do things that I'm uncomfortable with. And that was very peculiar and odd. And I think it's important that we talk about sexuality in the spiritual community. I think we shy away from it a lot. I feel like it's a place that we don't really travel or journey together. There's some really beautiful things. I mean, there's the tantric practices, and there is sacred sexuality. And I think the more we talk about it, the better it's going to be for all of us, and the more healing it'll be for all of us. Now I'm thinking about this scenario that played out, and I like the fact that, Brendan, you're kind of talking about the perpetrator side as well, because, you know, that person has a lot of healing to do themselves too. Like what brought to this person to this place to be so lonely, to be so desperate, to take something from somebody else, you know, to take somebody's energy. And, you know, I could say that I've been there. I've never acted out upon it. I've always had my morals, and like I've always had that skill set, that mindset to not go there and to not take advantage of somebody that's vulnerable. But I've been pretty damn close into those scenarios. You know, like I've been really lonely as a man, and I've met women who are vulnerable, and that I felt like if I was persistent enough that I could get what I wanted. You know what I mean? Like I've been there. And, you know, thank God, whatever higher power teachings that I'm blessed with has stopped me from hurting somebody, you know, from hurting a friend, from hurting somebody that I love, and taking something from them that belongs to them that's not rightfully mine, you know. And thank God that, you know, it's just it's very complicated, man. It's very difficult. And I understand both viewpoints. I could see both viewpoints. I could see being a young, desperate young man and being in these spiritual circles and having a gift as a healer, how you can change those powers. You know, you could use those powers, you can manipulate people, and it's very sad because it happens. And like I said earlier, I've heard it happen within my own spiritual community here at home, and I've heard popular stories about it, and I think it does need to be addressed. And how we address a perpetrator is very, very key too, because you know, the way the American prison system works, it's like, man, I don't want one of my brothers who's a light worker who just fucked up, who slipped up, to go to prison. I would never wish that upon anybody, man, because that's like treating somebody like an animal, you know what I mean? And I don't think it's going to help him heal or evolve or change. You know, but this whole thing about repercussions and accountability, you know, he's probably suffering a lot too. He's probably hurting really bad. And how could he approach people? How is he going to be able to tell his side of the story? You know, how is he going to ask for forgiveness? You know, how does he evolve and change and become a better person from it? You know, those are really deep, complicated questions. And most people don't want to even give them a time of day, you know? They just say you made a mistake and go right along. So it's complicated on both ends. But you know, I definitely feel for the victim. I want to say that, you know, I've been a victim of other things, you know, and being a victim is incredibly difficult, man. It's, you know, there's so much fear and grief to work through, and you know, you feel like an idiot, you feel like you made mistakes, you don't feel strong anymore, somebody took your power from you. I mean, there's so many emotions that they have to grieve and move through. And hopefully at the end of the day, we can all heal from it, man. I mean, because I believe in human dignity and I believe in humanity. And we need a better way of reprimanding people. We need a better way of helping one another when we make mistakes and not belittling each other so much, you know? It's easy to just write that person off, you know? That's a guy who just, you know, he followed his base instinct, he followed his base urges, and it's easy to just write him off. But man, he needs a lot of healing too. They both do, you know? And it's complicated, man. But as long as we're talking about it, we can find solutions, man, hopefully.
Yeah, totally, man. I'll just say something real quick, and then Michael, I'll pass it to you in a second. But yeah, again, right, like that is like the challenging part of it. You know, especially as like someone who's kind of like facilitating, and I think like kind of like the natural way of facilitating is like kind of like that community facilitation. And I think back to like, you know, I swear it's just a picture on the internet of like a tribe in some other part of the world, Africa or something like that. And when like people screwed up in the tribe, they would actually like get the entire community together around them, and they would like circle around them, and they would like talk to them or something like that, you know, opposed to just like you said, just like ousting them or whatever. Cause again, yeah, like with this scenario, with other scenarios, again, you know, like kind of what I want to be able to do is like explore what is the route that can be taken that's the best for everyone. What is the one where like everyone learns, grows, and heals and evolves and stuff like that, opposed to saying that this needs to be a one person versus another person type thing. Because I think as soon as you start getting into the versus aspect, then you're instantly trying to like look for polarities and stuff. And the fact is that like their stories may not totally line up, but both may still be valid from their point of view. And even if they're not totally factual, they may actually still be valid based on how they saw things at the time, which I know is like a little bit confusing and stuff, right? But yeah, like I'm curious to just be able to like look at like the dynamics from a spiritual perspective of what you were saying, Adriana, of what like the perpetrator is actually going through as well. Like why, okay, we were just saying, you know, like why would a soul come into this human body choosing to like be raped? Like what would it get out of that? What would a soul choose to come in as a rapist? Like why? Like why would they like choose that and stuff, right? So I mean, like obviously you can just kind of like say like some of them are just like they're just crazy and they're just like out for, you know, like power and domination and everything like that. And I think there's an aspect of that. But yeah, like, you know, is this whole story of like sort of like dropping into a depth of our chaos, yet still being able to like seek our own redemption, seek our sort of like way of like restructuring ourselves. Is, you know, if we made a mistake 5 years ago, does that mean we're a horrible person for the rest of our life, right? So again, it's kind of like this thing where like you want to be able to hold people into accountability, you want to be able to create a space for forgiveness, but even the concept of forgiveness is not something that can just be like given away, because if it's given away too quick, if it's given away too easily, then you run the risk of the lesson repeating itself, because that means that, like, you know, the person's like, oh, well, I got away with it, and that means I could probably do it again, and I'll just get forgiven again, stuff too. So we see that sometimes in not just spiritual communities, but in other communities. You know, someone will do something bad, they get forgiven, and then they repeat it, right? And then so it's like forgiveness isn't being used in conjunction with accountability in the same way. So I mean, forgiveness is something that must be earned. And so even Adriana, what you were saying, I think that was very brave of you to bring that up. And it's something that's important for all of us to look at, is the idea of, like, you know, there is a quote unquote darkness inside all of us. Whether or not we truly want to admit it or not, it appears to be there. And again, it's one of those things where, like, it's not about learning to live without your demons. It's about learning to rise above them, learning to live above them. So again, you know, it's weird, because, like, I think all of us can notice it in us. There's like a part of us that will like want to like kill and destroy and just like rip things apart and like control and things like that. There seems to be a part of that in all of us, and sometimes in some people it kind of like comes through in different ways, and I think it really is like this aspect of the universe that is actually like still equally as real as like the part of us that wants to care, and the part of us that wants to nurture, and the part of us that wants to like heal and envision and create. So again, you know, it's about learning your shadow, and it's about being able to like see the lessons in being able to like develop the willpower to rise above these scenarios, but at the same time acknowledging that, like, you know, the shadow that is inside the perpetrator is in some ways like a shadow that is inside of us, is inside of all of us as well. But in their situation, you know, like it came through them in a different way, it acted out on them in a different way. But again, like being very careful with the language, because you don't want to just say like, oh, it wasn't their fault, it was just their shadow or something like that. Like, no, like we have to be fully accountable for what it is that we do. We have to be fully responsible for saying that, like, yes, I did this, and it sucks, and it sucks that I did this, and it sucks that it like freaking, like you said, took something away from someone and it destroyed them and everything like that. Given the chance, like if I was totally being like a warrior, shaman, healer, I would want to be able to like sit down with like both people on each side of the coin, and being able to like really listen and stuff like that with a grain of salt too. Cause I think it can't be, even in this situation, like I found myself like when I was talking to the perpetrator, their language even still seemed like very kind of like not fully grounded. Like they still seemed like they were like hiding behind kind of like spiritual jargon in a way. And it was just like, dude, just be real with me for a second. Like you don't have to like get like all like sort of like airy fairy on me. Just talk to me for a second, right? And they still kind of like felt like there was kind of like this distance and stuff. Again, this will all make more sense later on and everything. And it's still just something I'm processing. But my intention, again, it's not trying to like, it's trying to be like, yeah, it's complicated, right? Because like I want to be able to like honor the relationship that I have with like the girl who came to me. Yet at the same time, this isn't just about like attacking the perpetrator. This isn't about ruining the perpetrator's life. This is about like addressing the issue as a community, helping prevent the patterns from repeating itself, helping create a space to facilitate healing that can echo into a bigger scenario that we need. So yeah, Adriana was just kind of saying in the chat, mediator, middle ground needs a lot of balance. And again, you know, like with this topic, it may not necessarily be like, oh, the perpetrator needs to talk with the perpetrated. Asking that to take place is not something that needs to happen. Maybe it can happen later, but it doesn't need to happen now. Because again, we're just looking, there is still so much anger and so much energy, like still like built up through the memories and the emotion of this, that again, it's just a very dangerous thing to kind of like get those two in front of each other, this situation or another situation. But at this point, you know, my focus would be on like working, you know, holding space with the perpetrated, with my friend who came to me. And then if down the road, if the perpetrator is someone who we can talk to directly and stuff like that, or however it happens, whether it's recorded or not, because that's the thing, not all of this ongoing story will be recorded. A lot of it's just kind of happening through day-to-day single messages and stuff like that. But again, yeah, it's an ongoing story, and my intentions is that in some ways, by this trickling out there, that the perpetrator who is involved with this story, I would like to be able to create like this slight invitation for them to be able to openly talk about this through their own channels, rather than it having to be like something where it's like we're like talking behind their back and trying to like make this big scene or something like that, right? Like, I would love for them to be able to be like full disclosure, like here's what happened kind of thing, in a way that's grounded and not in a way that's kind of like hiding behind you know, even more bullshit that kind of like created this mess in the first place kind of thing. So yeah, again guys, thank you so much for listening. I know it's a complicated topic. We'll talk about it just a little bit more, and then we'll save it more for future broadcasts as well. Does anybody else have anything that they want to talk about just related to this conversation in the moment?
Hey, man, I just
Adrian, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Brendan, I just want to say, you know, as who you are, man, as like this journalist, man, you know, you're trying to find this middle ground, and I respect you so much for it, man. And what you're doing is important, and I'm happy to return to this conversation later on. I think the community will be empowered through, you know, if we get to hear the story truly. I mean, if the truth comes to light and we get to hear what happened, or even just talking about these issues, is going to help all of us, man. And I think it's important that we share both sides, because so many times we just hear the victim side, and with all due respect, of course, the victim deserves every right to share exactly what happened to them. But it's also very, very important how we treat the perpetrator as well, man, because the way Americans in my country, the way we treat people who make mistakes is so horrible, man. We just, you know, it's like an instant outcast from society. So I mean, we need to, in the spiritual community, we need to learn how to take care of each other when we slip up and we screw up bad. We need to know how to teach each other and how to raise each other
Oh, I
up
heard you,
still.
Tony, but you might want to say that again.
Yeah. Oh, Tony's kind of okay. Adriano, thank you. And yeah, no, I agree. Like that's what we're learning, right? Like this scenario isn't just related to them now that it's kind of like a bigger thing, because through him is kind of like a portal and stuff like that. So yeah, like you're right. This is teaching us, this is giving us an example to learn how we can heal like this, so that when it does happen again, you know, we'll have like more of a context for it and stuff like that.
For
Tony,
sure,
Adrian,
on that note, I'm gonna check out,
You're
man.
gonna head out, man.
I love you guys, man, so much, and it's such a
Much
blessing
love,
to see my
brother.
family again, man.
Thank
Love
you.
you,
Thank you
dudes.
so much,
Have a
man.
good one,
Welcome back.
Adriana.
See you,
You might
brother.
want to say that one again, Tony.
Awesome. Thanks, Adrian. Take care, man. Tony, go ahead. I'm going to pull your mic up right now. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, okay. Well,
You're
it's
good.
just what I was saying in the chat that, you know, as a victim, you know, I mean, who haven't gone through it, to say, well, you know, you got to, from the perpetrator's point of view, saying the same thing. You have to look at it from the perpetrator. In my particular instance, it was a relative, you know, that anything, it would have wrecked that person's life. Which, I mean, I'm pretty sure it was like some drugs that was involved with it, and it was out of character for this guy, you know. So I've since, I think you used the word forgiveness. I don't think that's the word I would use. I would say that I not even accepted it. I addressed it and then let it go. You know, I looked at it, I examined it, I made sure, you know, like I said, it's not my fault. I wasn't to blame. It was a situation that he was in, that he was out of character, a one-time thing that would have ruined his life. So, yeah, you got to think about stuff like that, too.
Wow.
Yeah, and exactly, like
Yeah.
there's more kind of linked into that. 222 right now. Michael Pratt, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think it depends.
Thank you, Tony.
You know, like, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you're good.
I was gonna say, I think it depends. If we look at the polarity, if we just look at like the law of polarity, there's different extremes, right? There's a difference between like pool water and Titanic water. There's a difference between, you know, fire and lava, in the sense that we can feel and we can tell the difference. So I think depending on the degree that it was, then, because we can't condone, you know, something like that, that happened. So as far as accountability, I think there definitely should be accountability. You can look, like a lawyer, you know, will usually hear it's hard for them, you know. I think they usually have this kind of rule where they just don't let any emotions get involved. They just hear the but that's, you know, that's just kind of what lawyers do, is they just hear both sides of the story, and they need to hear it so they can tell, you know, what really happened here, and how can this person, what's going to be, I guess, true justice, or what's going to be the best way to kind of handle the situation. So I don't look at it as, you know, it's about ruin and, you know, the perpetrator, you know, but at the same time, I think they should be held accountable for their actions, and have some sort of consequence, because, I mean, say something like that, but when we look at the degree of polarity, I mean, there's some people that you could say, you know, maybe they just got a little bit off the path, and maybe they could use, you know, some help. But there may be some people that just got so lost, so far off the path, that they don't want to be helped, and they want to continue doing what they're doing. And I think for those people, you know, I mean, I don't want to just say F them, but, you know, it's just like, if they're too far gone, and they don't want to try to resolve things or make things better, or they like that type of thing, then I think, you know, you just got to kind of put up a boundary, and kind of, I don't know, to say separate yourself from that person, but you know, get that person out of your bubble, you know, kind of thing, because you know, I mean, it just depends. I mean, the degree of, you know, what it is. So when we look at polarity, I think we can kind of make some discernment, you know, with that. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Michael. Tony, was your mic opening up again?
Yeah.
Tony, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to comment on what Michael was saying. It's like, yeah, it's not as much. It's not just degree. I don't want to water that down any, because that's absolutely true and was well said. But it's also how they feel about it. How are they acting afterwards? You know, what is their attitude toward it? Are they acting like they feel bad? Are they acting like they learned anything? You know, if they perpetrated a vicious act, then it remains vicious until they learned a lesson from it. You know, but anybody, just like Brother Glenn here said, there's nothing anyone can do to make themselves unworthy of love. And that is absolutely true. That's beautifully said. But yeah, at some point you got to look at somebody, and sometimes, you know, they just need the shit slapped out of them. I'm sorry, but
yeah, because I mean,
wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not trying to just
feel for it, to open your heart again.
Go ahead, Tony.
Chakra, if you can't, you know, if you break it, if you shut it down and say, oh, well, it wasn't my fault, whatever, you know, you need to face up to it as far as the perpetrator goes, so I think that's important as well. So with the relatives that I was talking about, yeah, he eventually faced up to it. In a matter of speaking, he didn't come out about it or anything, but he knows what he did. He knows that I remember him doing it, and I wished him a happy birthday this year.
That's very powerful. Tony,
But
like,
that's just. Go
yeah,
ahead.
like, do you, like, again, like, this is like kind of like topic, just kind of like hitting upon stuff that we can talk about later, but obviously, like, kind of like going through something like that, it's going to be like a wave of emotions, but like now with what you've processed through and where you are now at this point in your life, considering that this person's family member as well, can you say, like, with like a open heart, that you like still love this person, that you love them in a way? And I'm just curious.
Yeah,
as to,
no,
like,
not even a hesitation.
yeah.
Like, I love him. Yep.
And that's okay. Like, you're comfortable saying that, like, despite the past and everything like that.
Well, like I said, it was out of character for him. It wasn't like something he did like for a living. It was just something he come home late one night. I think he was on drugs, and it happened. We just happened to be down there at the time, and it just happened. But he's a good person, and I know he's got a good heart. He's raised a beautiful family. So, journey on, journey well. Yeah,
it's interesting. Again, yeah, like, I think it's so dynamic, it's so complex in a lot of ways. But Tony, thank you for sharing your story.
But it takes time. Don't get me wrong.
It takes time.
It wasn't yesterday.
Yeah.
It took about 10 years, 5 or 10 years.
Absolutely.
After I remembered it.
Because
it was blocked out.
Tony, is there anything else you want to say?
No, I'm good. Okay. Thanks for
thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony. Just want to give a shout out. Glenn recently joined, so aloha, Glenn. Glenn, I'm not sure if you heard us tuned in earlier. We're getting close to wrapping up the broadcast soon. Was there anything you wanted to say related to this discussion topic, Glenn? If so, let me just double check your mic and go ahead, Glenn. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, I didn't really. What I understand is that there was some sort of a sexual predatory issue, and we're more talking about how to treat the predator than how to help the victim. Am I kind of right there? Is that
we're talking pretty much about all of it, but yeah, we're also getting into the idea of just like looking at like what does it mean to, in some ways, this, like, can the predator be healed or whatever, but no, definitely focus on like the victim as well too, not one over the other. So
I was watching this, and when I realized it was live, I tuned in, but I missed part in the middle while I was switching over. But I would like to say something from the point of view of actually having been a perpetrator, not like any kind of sexual predatory anything like that, but I was a robber. Robbery is like in the United States, I mean, like the legal definition, taking property through the use of force or fear or threats of violence, basically. I never had a loaded weapon, but I had what looked like a weapon. And so what I did was I would go in and I would take control of a place, and I would take all of the money from the corporation that ran it, and sometimes I would tip the person that gave it to me, and I really felt like I was this delightful young revolutionary, and that I was fighting, the man, taking down all of these corporate fast food chains, and I was a crime wave.
It's
That's
11:30.
what the police described my activity as to me when we were talking about it, as the criminal talking to the police. And you know, the way that I came to be this criminal is that I mistakenly made some logic errors. I mean, it really was exactly like that. I wasn't being bad or being evil. I had rationally come to the decision that this seemed like it was an appropriate thing for me to do in that context at that time. But I totally, you know, I saw the me doing it to the corporation, but I didn't see the people that it went through. You know, the person I pointed that gun at, you know, I terrified them. I mean, it's not rape, but it's a similar thing to take away someone's confidence that they're in the world, a loving world that they can thrive in and be supported by. It's, in that respect, it's evil. So what I'm trying to say is that it is possible to do evil without intending evil by it. You know, there's no question that what I did was evil, but I didn't intend it from an evil point of view, and I didn't have evil intent when I did it. I know that seems like just a real minor thing, but it went a long way to allowing me to understand that I'm not evil. Like Glenn isn't an evil man. Glenn did an evil thing. And, you know, I had a lot of friends that just turned their back on me when I got arrested. They're like, oh, wow, Glenn, basically, I guess Glenn's just been lying to me all along. He's just a fucking criminal or whatever. Well, you know, it wasn't all along. It was a very brief kind of crime spree, but it was in the 40s. I did more than 40 robberies. I committed more than 40 armed robberies. I only got convicted of 3 of them. And I only did 16 months and 10 days. I mean, I suck as far as how bad I was and how little I had to pay back for it. And you know, I've always been very, very, very conscious of just, you know, you ever want to see white privilege? You watch a white man and a black man go up against a judge for the same thing. It could be like identical. And it doesn't matter if the judge is black. It doesn't matter even if the jury is black. You know, everyone thinks that black people are more criminal than white people, or that they need more punishment in some way. I mean, we have such a pervasive system of racism that it goes all the way through. All of the racists are racist. I mean, it's not just whites. It's not just people that have privilege. Even the unprivileged races and what used to be called the minority. Whites are the minority. You want to call somebody a minority, call the whites a minority, because you know there's more non-whites than there are whites. So if you want to call white, I don't believe in race at all. But what I'm trying to say, I'm way off my point. What I'm saying is that I could have been lost. I could have been like just, you know, no good to society ever again in life. I mean, there was that potential. At that point, you send someone to prison, you're basically sending them to like a facility of higher education to learn criminal skills and criminal attitudes and to be indoctrinated in ways of feeling like criminals are us and everyone else is them. And, you know, prisons are not good for criminals, but they're not good for anyone else either. The only thing that a prison, and even actually in California, it's the law. They've legally recognized that prisons are not for rehabilitating people and returning them to society in a better shape. Prisons are for warehousing people as punishment. So they're away from society. Their society is safe. The people are in a warehouse. When they come out, they're just however they are. And that's actually, there's a law that was passed, well, more than 30 years ago. I mean, it's an old law. It's not anything new at all. But legally, prisons are just warehouses. We don't use them for any kind of positive change at all. And so if, I guess what I'm winding up, I went all the way around the barn to pick the flower right by the barn door. What I'm saying is that we can't fix someone who's a criminal by locking them away. All that does is give them like some time to think, a lot of time to do a lot of thinking, but you could think about whatever. The only way a criminal is going to heal is if he's inspired by, well, like for me, what happened is my friends turned their back on me. My family came around me. I got the maximum amount of visits I could possibly have had, maybe short one visit out of my entire time of that I could have had of the maximum they would allow. My family did everything they could to be supportive. My mother sent me books. You can't send books from outside. You have to order them from a publishing company. So even though I own the book and she could just go and get it off the shelf, she had to go and buy it for me and have it sent to me from a publishing company so that I could have it inside. All of the support and all of the love of my family is the only thing that changed me to be totally aware that the criminal acts that I did are lame and fucked and stupid and et cetera, endless, et cetera. And that the only positive way to help yourself is to help everybody in the whole world, because it's that thing I talked about at the last thing. Whatever you're doing times a million, because there's a million other people doing it. If you're robbing Pioneer Chicken, then don't expect to go buy chicken anywhere without somebody coming in and robbing the place. You get what you put into the world. I mean, that's literally true. It's not just some philosophical thing. And I don't agree with a lot of religious and spiritual beliefs that a lot of people have. I believe real hard in what I can see, and I kind of trust in what I can feel and kind of hope for what I can feel. But I don't have any kind of faith-based things. What I'm talking about is stuff I learned from, empirical testing. It's wrong. You think you're a revolutionary to commit crimes, and somebody else in between you and them gets the pain of like, oh, a guy came in and pointed a gun at me. It's like, that can fucking melt someone's soul, and it lasts. Who knows how long it lasted? But at least more than 50 people I did that to. That's like as many as all of the people I'm related to that I'm on a first name basis with. I mean, it's absolutely a fucked situation for someone as aware and intelligent as me. But I was not ever going to heal from it. I was not ever going to become worthwhile for anything without that love. And so I'm saying the only way you're going to change someone who's bad is to love them out of it. You're not going to, you know, you can beat someone until they're bloody stripes with some strips of skin hanging between it, and they will still hate you. And they'll never change the evil that they could do because you hurt them. You can put someone in jail for half of their life, and it'll never change them to be good unless you give them some kind of tools for understanding themselves. And I don't know this guy that's involved in this situation, but my recommendation, from what I understand, is that you find the biggest reservoir of love that you have available and flood him completely with it. And don't even talk about the problem. He knows you're there about the issue. You don't even need to approach it. What he needs is to be loved at hard enough that he knows he's in a space where he can communicate, or he probably can't communicate, because what he did feels a lot more wrong than what I did. And I have a hard time coming out to people about my feelings about it. I often tell strangers that I'm a felon and that I've done time in prison, just to give them a context and to let them know that not everybody who's a criminal is still a fucking asshole. Although I'll tell you, there sure are a lot. The recidivism rate is something up about, it's way above 90%. It's almost 100% of that someone's going to be a criminal and or do a crime. Not even necessarily just someone got caught and went to prison, they'll come back to prison. But it's also true with those uncaught crimes. The person that does a crime is likely to do another crime. If you don't want to have crime, you don't want to have victims, you don't want to have the women in your circle victimized, you have to be proactive ahead of time enough so no one can get into this headspace of that. I'm sure at some point, somewhere in his head, he thought that what he did was something to do. And obviously, that being wrong, he needed to have more upfront awareness. He's not going to get that from being hated. I'm pretty much as talked out as I can. I'm completely exhausted with this move. And I know everybody's like 2 hours ahead of me, so we're tired. So I'm just going to stop. I think you get my drift.
Thank you, Glenn. No, I appreciate you sharing that. I'm just going to pull your microphone down real quick. Yeah, no, Glenn, thank you for holding the talking stick there for a while. I'm glad you got to make it in during the end of the broadcast here just in time. So, and yeah, and even just sharing your own personal story about, like, again, you know, being someone who's been on the side of what it is to be a perpetrator, or what it is. I think what you said is kind of what we were talking about earlier. Like, can a person do evil things at one point in their life and still be a good person, you know? And that's the discussion. Because yeah, it seems like sometimes, you know, evil isn't just something we are, but evil is like almost like a thing that like comes through us, you know, like and this is where you get into this idea of, you know, if Eddie Grace were here, he would probably talk to us a bit about this. And I'll just kind of like briefly put this out there because it's kind of related, but in some ways even like a separate thing. But it's about the concept of archons. And there's different ways people will talk about archons. One idea is that archons can almost be thought of as like this like multi-dimensional energy, or like these entities that actually will like kind of work their way through human beings to try to, like, say a person is on a path of like doing a lot of like love and light and shifting the paradigms and things like that. Sometimes archons will like attach themselves to these people and to try to like make them do quote unquote evil things to like take them out of the game, to like take them out of like the ability to like help change the world. So, you know, like there might be this guy who's just like, yeah, you know, like I'm changing the world. I'm like inventing new technology. I'm doing things. And then like these like archons will come through. And then next thing you know, he like gets into like a bar fight and like injures someone and ends up going to jail, even though it was like something where it, like was like very much like not him normally or something like that. Right. I mean, it's not the best example or anything. But yeah, I feel like again, I'm not trying to justify people's actions, but I think it is just kind of an interesting concept to keep in mind when you're talking about the idea of why do good people do evil things sometimes. You know, like it's a very kind of like perplexing thing. And I do feel that there is almost like a metaphysical way of kind of looking at it to be able to just understand a little bit more about what's happening. But again, not to try and shift accountability. Yeah, I think given the example that we were talking about here, as we just get close to wrapping it up, what's peculiar is that given that this event happened like 4 years ago, the person, I mean, the story from the girl's perspective only came into their attention within like the last like half year, I think. But, you know, they've talked about like how like they've like meditated on it a lot and everything. And I guess in some ways what's challenging is that like based on the conversation that I briefly had with them, they don't really seem like they're like too bogged down by it anymore. Like they already seem like they're in like an up and happy mode kind of thing, which is kind of interesting, right? Because you almost like, again, as a community, it's just like, whoa, like don't, okay, like we get that you're like trying to like be like awesome and happy and loving again and everything like that. But like, you know, like we need to sort of like confirm that you've like really sort of like taken responsibility for what it is that you've caused and what has happened and stuff like that. Because again, like this is where it gets kind of confusing, because it's just like, yeah, like from their perspective, yeah, like it's kind of like they have their own perspective on it. And in their minds, like they didn't know that what they were doing was this like super wrong thing. But then again, that's where like as community, it's just like, come on, like really, like are we supposed to believe that? And like that's where it gets the idea of like, are people going to try lying? Are people going to try like layering parts of their ego that are still going to try and defend themselves? Like, are they even subconsciously lying about things? Do they know they're lying? Do they know they're still trying to like manipulate their the scenario in some ways? It gets very interesting, right? Because then suddenly you get into this idea of like, you know, like what is truth and what is non-truth, and you know, like do we still have to keep things open? Like do we still have to keep like our eye on the radar for people who are still like kind of like manipulating things post the events relative to discussion about their healing, where they're just like, no, like I totally regret what I did, I totally have remorse, and I totally healed from it. It's just like, okay, like those are just words, right? Anyone can say those, but like how do we sort of like verify like the authenticity of those words, which I think is something that just naturally comes through like time and action and everything. And I don't really have like the one answer as to you know, what things will look like down the road. But again, you know, like given the relationship to these people personally that I have, it just seems that like within the path that I have the ability to share with you guys, here we are with this scenario where we are able to sort of like look at it, but with the intention of sort of like encoding like a fractal healing pattern that can reach additional aspects of you know, scenarios that are all too commonly repeating related to this. And again, you know, like even just getting into the whole topic of kind of like, you know, spiritual communities and spiritual communities like kind of like not always being what they appear as on the surface or something like that, or like gurus in particular, which again, I think like maybe, you know, I'm sure there's like a whole wave of gurus out there who are kind of bullshit, so to speak. Do those gurus know they're bullshit though? Like that's, again, like that's that's kind of like the paradox of this question. Like does like the person who's evil think they're evil? Do they know they're evil, or do they know they're manipulating or something? This is where it gets like very psychological. So it won't just be a yes or no thing. It'll be a very, you know, gray whole yin yang. But again, I think the important thing out of all this, and why I wanted to do this, is to be able to allow the person who is sharing this story, who's talking openly about their experience of having been raped, and for their voice to be heard. And I think that's kind of just like the first steps in this, is just allowing their voice to be heard, allowing their story to be heard. Because sometimes they don't exactly know like how their healing is going to take place, but they know that by talking about it, it does something. So by talking about it as community, I think that is just naturally the first step in it. And by listening and by, again, you know, kind of like holding that space, and things from there will just kind of like unfold. So yeah, thank you again, guys, for having this discussion. I think we talked about it there for at least like an hour, probably more, give or take, and we'll talk more about it in the future on another broadcast, Paradigm Shift Through Destiny School, down the road. Related to the topic of just kind of what we're talking about here, does anybody else have any other comments just right before we move into closing up the broadcast? Michael Pratt, go ahead.
Can you hear me all right?
Yep, sounds good. Go ahead.
I just want to say I think it's good, even though, and I don't really think it was that many people, even if we were a little hesitant to talk about this. When you come out of it, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. And when you look in those places that, say, you know, maybe not everybody wants to look at, but it's like, you know, the shadow is the healer in a way. And I would say, like, you know, darkness is the healer, because that's different than the shadow. The shadow is the healer, and it can, maybe not everyone wants to look at the shadow, but it's like, if you have it, you notice, you know, you've seen shadows, you know, probably a good part of your life, and maybe we're fascinated with it. I have a dog that likes to chase her own shadow all the time. So you know, the shadow is the healer, and when you're able to look at something like that, confront something like that, in a way, not condone, but just accept what happened as best as you can, and when you're ready, to kind of either let that go, or to try to move on, you know, new doors and things, you know, will open up. And because you decide to shine a light in those places, you know, they're not as scary as they were when they were just kind of hiding out in the darkness. It's like, okay, well, I mean, I'm not comparing it to that, but just like, you know, when you were younger or something, you said, well, there's a monster under your bed. If you're hiding, and, you know, you're not gonna check to look, or you're afraid, your mind will make all sorts of images and all sorts of things, and make it maybe even worse than what you thought it was. But when you take that, you know, whatever, flashlight or whatever, and you go and you search to what's under there, and you shine that light in the dark, you can identify it, so you can see what it is. And then, you know, it's a little bit working towards that of, I mean, not only it not bothering you as much, but you can identify it, you know what that is, and you're not necessarily afraid of it anymore. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Michael.
Mhm.
Is anybody else who would want to share before we get close to wrapping this up? Let me just check. Tony, was there anything you want to share? Just open your mic if you do. Otherwise, feel free to just pass it along. Tony, I'm not sure if you need to unmute yourself if you did want to try saying anything. That's okay. Tony's good. Okay, cool. Was there anybody else who wanted to share anything related to this before we wrap things up? No, we're good. Okay, good. Cool. Yeah, so again, guys, thank you so much for just like getting into this discussion a bit, and we'll be talking about it more. And yeah, again, like as part of like the Light Guardian, the Gray Jedi, being able to look at this stuff is a part of our duty and everything. So yeah, thank you for holding space together. So with
I remembered one thing.
Go ahead, Michael. Yeah.
This is one thing I helped a girl. She had a very kind of difficult situation like that. And this is one thing that I said, and I don't know why, but it just came. I said, what happened to you in the past are things that happen to you, like an experience, like, you see an accident, it's an experience, or a very, you see a hurricane or something. It's an experience. These things happen to you, but these things are not, who you are, in a sense. And it's kind of hard, because it's a kind of a thing where it kind of feels like it pulls you down, with it, or kind of, kind of that kind of thing. But the thing is that those are things that happened, or may have happened to you, but that's not, who you are today. And so if you can kind of have that attitude, I found that's one thing that really is a sense of empowerment, is that, you can be a new you today, and things can happen to you. Like somebody may have, punched me in the face, years ago, but, today, I don't have that scar or whatever. I'm just using it as an example. And so, you're not those things that happen to you. You are you. So that's just what I wanted to share.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I think
I wanted to leave on something just a little bit empowering and inspiring to maybe some people. Yeah,
for sure, man. Yeah, and again, like that's a big part of this journey, is just like regaining our autonomy, our sovereignty, our identity, because oftentimes, like what happens with experiences like this, even for the perpetrator and the perpetrated, is that our concept of self often gets shattered, often gets fractured. And so a lot of what we're having to do is we're kind of having to like rebuild ourselves from that fractured version, and sort of like reclaiming like the self of us that maybe we've like lost that relationship with. And I think that's there inside of all of us. So like sometimes we just kind of have to like, put pieces back together, or like peel dirt off of us, or there's different ways of metaphors of how it can relate and everything. But it's a journey that I feel like the soul naturally goes through, in which it kind of like exists as like whole, and then it shatters itself into a bunch of pieces, only to be able to return back again, and then it shatters again. And so it's very much like this like breath and stuff like that, like again, we as humans constantly, we are going through this cycle of like, we fall down to learn how to rise, we fall down to learn how to rise, we fall down to learn how to rise, sort of thing. And sometimes we don't ask to fall down. And again, like that's kind of, it's a part of this story, but there is always the opportunity to rise. So again, for anybody who has been, who has been a victim of anything, I think just allow yourself the time, the patience, and just be able to know that there are ways that and little things each day can make a difference. And having that community support is such an important thing, and knowing that your story is bigger than your own, and your story of like transformation is such a powerful thing, such powerful medicine to be able to share with other people as well. So yeah, again, there's a lot to talk about, and we'll talk more about it later. So stay tuned if that's something that you guys are personally interested in, and you'll be able to keep an eye open for it in a future broadcast of Paradigm Shift Central related to Destiny School. Honestly, how soon it will be, I don't know. It will be in a month from now. Will it be in 2 months from now? I don't fully know, but just stay tuned. So in terms of my intention moving towards like the end of this broadcast and just keeping it back with the theme of setting intentions for the full moon, my intention is, again, just to allow us as a team to continue to synchronize over this next period of creative, like farming, like we're farming all these creative juices that we are kind of like putting, like into the work that we're creating. So I want to, again, just be able to invite people to check out the Paradigm Shift Central website and to join me in hanging out there. Literally, all you got to do is bookmark the website and just make a note of dropping in the team chat during the day and just be like, hey, what's up? Is there anything I can work on? And we'll be able to organize things that way. Glenn, I was talking to the team earlier, and I think you actually already saw some of this with the Paradigm Shift teams. There's a new article team, and I'm inviting us to get active inside the article, the Conscious Articles team section, to be able to talk about potential topics for articles that we can begin working on and doing some research for. And also, Glenn, there's an additional team that I created this week, the Reality Encyclopedia team, and that's going to be like a specific encyclopedia on the Paradigm Shift Central website that will be related to metaphysics and spirituality and general knowledge and information, and it'll be something we'll slowly be building over time. But Glenn, given what we were talking about last week, I actually wanted to invite you in onto the Reality Encyclopedia as, again, just like a bit of an additional advisor in terms of being able to just like bring knowledge together, and also just presentation, because I know last week you specifically mentioned how reading an encyclopedia was something that you did growing up. So I figure we'll be able to utilize that knowledge to be able to create our own encyclopedia as well. So Glenn, I'll add you to the encyclopedia team after we wrap up this broadcast, and we'll be able to get things rolling with that. And so any other shifters who are hearing the call, if you want to be a part of either the Reality Encyclopedia team, the animation team, the mobile app team, or the music team, please feel free to let me know. And the Conscious Articles team, you can join right away. And again, to join those, create a profile through the Paradigm Shift Central website. And at the top menu, you will see the link to the Shift teams as well. And stay tuned, because there will be more ongoing revisions and updates on the website. And yeah, looking forward to getting into the habit of creating with you guys. Some of the future teams that will be activating will be the video production team, the mental health support team, and others that, yeah, we'll see as we get there. So with that said, guys, we're getting close to wrapping up this broadcast. Again, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning into this. Please continue to interact with this project, to share this with your friends, to invite people to tune in, to engage in acts of shiftivism where you are, to keep getting creative, to create your quest journals, to create your videos, to create your conscious articles, to go do free hugs, and to keep holding space for those in your community, and to keep holding the light. And yeah, with that said, reminding you guys at Paradigm Shift Central, at patreon.com/Brendan Culleton. You can sign up for the team Patreon. You can find me at youtube.com/Skull Babylon and facebook.com/Skull Babylon as well. There was a few other things I was going to talk about. I was going to talk about Guardians of the Galaxy 2 very briefly. I saw that movie, and there's some really cool conscious themes in it. So I recommend you guys go check it out. There's like giant like planets and scenes made out of like fractals and Mandelbrots and every cool thing that is worth checking out. So yeah, we'll talk about more another time. presumably. So I got a lot of videos in the work right now. Like I said, I got the Spider-Man video in the work. I got another Shiftivism video in the work. I got quite a few videos in the work, guys. So again, always something going on and always something to be shared with you guys. So with that said, I just want to be able to pass the talk and stick around the circle one last time if there's any closing notes that people want to just share with our listening audience. So anything else that you guys feel called to say? Otherwise, we'll be getting to bed very soon. And Glenn, go right ahead. Passing it over to you.
Yeah, just want to really quick say that if you haven't checked out this Teams thing, this is probably the most powerful feature we're going to be working with right at first, I think. Get on a team, get on some kind of team, and maybe start an idea of like what kind of team you want to run that you'd like to lead. I did that last week. I encourage everybody to create a leadership position for yourself, even if you're just leading us. If we're leading each other, it's just fine to do that at first. But this is all about leadership. If we want to change the world, we want to empower everybody involved to lead everyone. When it's time to be a leader, you need to be able to step up. So practice now, join a team, start a team, get on that. Done.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you so much. And yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to collaborate, just moving forward with things and having, you know, again, a lot of what's going to be happening with the project moving forward is going to be like interactions with the team that won't be during team building hangouts. So it'll be like off the air interaction and everything through the voice chat on the website and just ongoing communication, with the focus being on creating conscious media, but also creating, again, you know, like that digital virtual space that we'll be building and using for the time to come, that will be a hub for community and for again, a global team of shifters. So very cool. Anybody else have anything they wanted to share just before we wrap it up? Michael or Tony?
Yeah, I did.
Tony, go ahead. Yep, you're up.
On what Glenn said about leaders. I've got a lot of memes. I guess I'm the memester. I'm the memester. But at any rate, true leaders don't make more followers. True leaders make more leaders. Is basically what it says. Yeah, I think it's very true that if leader, what you'll do is teach other people to lead themselves, you know, or guide even. I don't even like to use the word teach. So, yeah. Also, it's more on a technical note. As far as the website goes, I've got a weak computer, so it's pretty heavy on my system. That's why, if you haven't noticed, I'm not real active on the Paradigm Shift Central website. Is because every time I go onto it, my computer crashes. So is there any way that I can load a different version that doesn't have so much stuff on it?
Yeah, Tony, thank you for mentioning that. That's something that I'm going to see like what I can do. I'm continually just trying to like refine it and optimize it. Unfortunately, to like you know, to some extent, like we can't honestly tailor the entire website to like systems that just are older and everything, unfortunately. But yeah, you know, like a lot of this is just kind of like being designed in ways for, you know, like when computers are like streamlined and everything like that. But there are other ways to interact. But yeah, Tony, stick around because see what the website's like for you in the next week, and I'll do my best to get it so it'll run as smooth as possible across systems, which is honestly, it's part of the challenge, is, you know, creating a platform that will run across you know, like mobile and maybe computers that aren't like fully optimized.
Well, I'm on a dinosaur anyway.
Yeah, so that would
I'm
explain
operating
it,
on Windows Vista.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think one thing that might help is like on the background, if it wasn't animated. I know it looks cool, it really does, but yeah, I can't.
Logo?
On the Paradigm, on the Paradigm Shift, I like the Tree of Life logo, but it's animated, and for some reason that uses a lot of resources for me.
Yeah, because that's only like a 2 megabyte GIF. So I mean, like on any
Yeah.
other computer, it's really not much.
It's not
but-
that big of a deal. Plus, I'm on DSL,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Oh, then yeah.
But I really like it. I
definitely.
mean, I like what you did with the website. It's really
Mhm.
cool. Whenever I can get it to load.
I hope you get a chance. Yeah, just go to Best Buy or something and just log in there or something like that. Who knows?
Uh,
Okay. Thanks
well,
for
yeah,
letting
like
me
I
know,
said,
Tony.
I have been able to log on to it, but it's real slow. It's a real slow loader. And yeah, sometimes it locks up. So
Yeah. No, I totally know what you mean. And
but
again,
yeah, I
like
checked out Melissa's. I guess it was Melissa that because it wasn't on Facebook anywhere, so I had to go to the website. But it was cool. Her thing about the full moon. Was that who it was? Was it Melissa or Michelle?
Michelle. Yeah.
Michelle. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was really cool. I read that. That was really awesome. So that was the first time I got it to work in like months. So that was synchronicity.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool.
Anyway, I'm done.
Awesome. Yeah. Sweet. Thank you. No, thank you.
I
Thank
know
you
you're getting tired.
for letting me talk. No, Tony.
Kidding.
Yeah, sometimes with like the way even the website, again, like thinking of the website as like literally entering the game, like sometimes when you play a game, like it has to like load first, it has to like load the world first. So like keep in mind that like a website's kind of similar. It may not say loading, but sometimes it has to load, and if it can load the first time, then it will load like easier on the next times, because it's kind of like loading stuff, and then it gets into your browser and your cache and everything like that. And then once you're kind of at that point, then the website kind of becomes what it's meant to be, which again is like not something that's like not crashing and is loading properly. Like it runs good on my computer, I know that, but yeah, no, I know if it's not running on every computer, again, unfortunately, we can't tailor everything for computers that are older, but if you guys are able to get new computers, then you'll be able to fully integrate into the game. And down the road, like, yeah, we're just going to keep doing our best to optimize the website with the resources and technology we have. So again, Glenn was just saying in the chat that, website optimization team is part of the concepts that we got floating around as well. So if anybody here, again, is kind of like tailored and skilled in website UI graphic design and stuff like that, just keep in touch, because we'll get around to synchronizing some more vision in related to that. So okay, cool. All right, Tony, thank you. Okay, guys, so we're gonna wrap up this broadcast now, and it's 3:14. Pi, that's funny. 314 is the pi number. Case, yeah, and it looks like pi. It's like the 4, the 1, and the 3. It's backwards. It says pi. It's really trippy, actually. Sweet. And it's 111 where Ashley is. Awesome, guys. Okay, guys. So again, thank you so much for being a part of this broadcast. And again, as an ongoing documentation of the shift in consciousness, these broadcasts are sometimes long. And for those of you who've made it to the end, thank you very much. Again, reminding you that the inspiration generated through these broadcasts, inviting you to continue to share that with you, inviting you to carry that with you, to carry the shift with you, and to, again, just get as involved with the project as you want. It is a space for you guys is a digital hangout space for us to create and come together as a team, and to keep having those discussions about how we can help change the world. So encouraging and inviting you guys to choose to be the change that you wish to see, and building that awesome team of light guardians, Jedi, superheroes, and shifters and dreamers. So very cool. All right, guys, we're going to wrap up this broadcast. Until next time, inviting you guys to unmute yourself, and let's all say goodnight to everyone. So everyone just pulling up your microphone, say goodnight, guys. Good night. Wave to the people of the internet. So good night, guys. Thank you so much.
We will never.
We love you guys.
Journey well.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. And until next time, we will see you guys in the future. Much love. Keep it shifty. Peace and wholeness.